Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Glad to see ya as we head into our second week of spring. I did some checking on the back end as far as fish anyway. We only need one fish for the spring, but it's a rough one. It's the legend, so I think we need to gear ourselves up towards achieving that probably in the last week. If we look at our skills, we're at level 7. Fishing. We're not going to get the advanced iridium rod, so we're going to have to run just the normal iridium rod. But we should be able to get that to 10 and hold it in the next couple of weeks, so then we can go after the legend, hopefully in week 4 as we kind of wrap that up. So, welcome in everybody. Nancy, good to see you. Armand, welcome. I'm doing well. Thank you, thank you. Mining, we'll keep working on as far as skills go. Skills is probably our next grindy thing, but mining, once we knock that one out, it'll be maxed out as well. So then we just concentrate on foraging, fishing, and combat. So combat's what we're going to work on tonight. We're going to go to the Skull Cavern. We're going to work on Monster Slayer. A whole bunch of stuff there. Victus, good to see you. Yeah, if only... Actually, I don't know if I'd want my real life time to go as fast as we blow through the time here in game. We do tend to cover some ground. All right, let's go ahead and get our day started. So I think the days are going to consist mostly of doing any chores that we need. We may or may not worry about these kind of missions and things. We do have, what do we have here? 100 potatoes. Oh, I think we wanted to do the George, gifts for George. So we'll probably, let's work on that one. I think the reward, there was something, I don't remember exactly what it is. But the reward on that is really good. Or something we want, I don't know how good it is or not. Alright, we're going to go ahead and speed buff up here. I will say that the older I get, the more it does, my friend. I don't think I ever end a day being like, well, I got nothing else to do today. Never seems like there's enough time. Seems like everything's going by too fast. Alright, coffee 1 done. And I think you guys have experienced what I'm about to say as well. It gets even worse the older my kids get. That has turned us into... It hasn't turned us into being old, but definitely makes you feel old. Seems like just yesterday they were just little kids. Now they're all doing adult stuff. Being all old and stuff. How can they be so old and I be so young? Doesn't seem possible. All right, coffee is done. Lux, good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. In the stuff goes. Yeah, I don't recall giving him permission to get so old. Doesn't seem right. Alright. Let's drop off our coffee there. We do have to work on our keg system as well. We got to get that done by next week, really. We got another day left on our shed. I think we can get a couple sheds done. Let's see. What else do we want to store here? Seeds? No. That's fine. Throw in our grapes. Alright, we're making raisins. That's good. Nothing needs to go in there. Alright, let's drop that off, drop that off, drop that off. Don't need to carry that around. I really don't need to carry those things around, or that, or that, or that, or that. Maybe. Okay. Do I want to harvest out? Yeah, let's clear. Let's clear whatever we have planted down here. We might as well keep our... keep our profits going. There's no point in just sitting on... like... So here's the... I don't want to call it a dilemma, but... the consideration is if we let the Junimos harvest, we can get a 20% bonus in our stuff, but if we harvest it ourselves here, we can go ahead and get another set planted. I think that's more important for right now. So we bought this giant amount of carrots, so we'll just plant them in. And I think that is good. Alright, that'll work. Okay, so something that we do have, which is going to make our life a little easier, is that we do have the Skull Cavern elevator installed, which means our Skull Cavern runs don't have to be the breakneck, throw it, everything at it, crazy, do everything you can to get down levels. We can play it a little more calm and casual, so that definitely helps. Yeah. Well, what's the old saying? Like 50 is the new 40, or 60 is the new 40, or something like that. Hey, Wolfie, good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome. I think there's some weird truth, though. Like, if I think back to the times of people I've known that were my age, it's not that they weren't... they acted more like old people than I do, if that makes sense, right? Like, they did old people things. They weren't playing Stardew Valley at night, that's for sure. Oh, I can't pronounce that name. Sorry, the bot didn't welcome you. You must have you in the wrong category in the bot software. So, and it's also about life stages. I think sometimes, you know, it's one of those things where I waited a little bit. I was a little older when I had my kids, which definitely helped. All right, that's 34,000. The strawberries did good by us there. So that's also a factor, I think. Do we still have... did I put... oh, there's some carrots in there. We should grab those. Oh, we still had some jazz seeds to plant as well. Okay, we'll do that next time. Oh, there's some carrots in there as well. Alright. Sell the rest of these carrots off. I think we're good. While I'm thinking about it here, let's go ahead and add... Where are you? Where are you? There we go. Groups. Alright, I'm going to thank our members right here off the top. We got a lot of members chatting. So let's roll those credits. Quick thank you to all of our channel members. Thank you for Nancy and Victus at the gold level. We got Dara, I can't pronounce that name, Lydia, Wally, and Zach at the steel. Debbie, Jojo, Lux, Professor H, and Wolfie at the copper. Lux, Lydia, Nancy, and Victus, thank you for all the gifted memberships that you have given. I do appreciate that. And we do appreciate the support. Thank you guys so much. I did that for two reasons. One, I needed to look up and remember what level different people were at. So I can add... Doing a little bot updating right now. There you are. Done and done. Oh, right. I think that's all the chores we need to do. Now, we are going to neglect our gift giving a little bit the next couple of days, but that's okay. Because I think it'll be worth it as we work on getting our combat and Monster Slayer goals done. Although we will pan iridium ore. We'll take that. Okay, here we go. Farm equipment. We'll store that. Store that. And Omni Geodes. Alright, we did store. That's what I knew I stored something I didn't mean to. And that is somewhere we ditched our blackberries. Question is where? It's all grapes. Resources, gems, minerals. There's a blackberry. Come on. Where did we put it? Primary. There they are. I knew they existed somewhere. Alright, here we go. So we do have the elevator installed, but we haven't done any Skull Cavern runs here. So I think today it's 11 o'clock. Let's see if we can get to 25. Boink. Now we're doing this for a couple of reasons. We do need to get our combat XP up. Now thankfully we already have Crusader and Bug Killer on our sword. That makes a big difference. We won't give up the XP or lose out on XP by not being able to kill the mummies and the bugs over here. Because if you don't have Bug Killer, you can't kill those flying And if you don't have Crusader, you have to blow up the mummies with a bomb after you kill them. But with Crusader, we'll be able to just kill them outright. So that's kind of nice. We'll take advantage of any of the more expensive mining nodes. When I say expensive, I mean by XP standards, before we just start mining for an exit. Go for the high-end stuff first. Bluegrass jazz seed joke is top notch, my friend. That's well put together. Yeah, there is something. I thought there is a mod like that. Did it block a message of yours? Let me look. I don't see anything that got blocked. It might have just not gone through. So, yeah. No, I'm not sure, Nancy. I don't see anything that looks like it got blocked on my end. Holy cow. Floor 4 iridium is actually pretty good. And a prismatic shard. That is pretty much all bonus right there. Yeah, it looks like it never got here because it normally will show me any messages that and I don't think it, even the bots, if they block it, they will still send me a message so I can see it. So just some YouTube voodoo. Okay, we could take the exit, but I think there's more monsters. So again, this is the difference playing with the elevator mod. Like if I didn't have the elevator mod, I never would have run over there and taken that fight. We would have been going for depth and speed, right? But we don't have to push it that hard. So. Alright, as long as I can keep myself from getting overwhelmed here, this will be a good floor for us. As far as combat goes. Alright, we seem to have the spawn under control here. The magic quiver is kind of keeping them at bay. So we'll slowly work our way closer. So our sword does bigger damage, but the quiver keeps them from swarming us. So. And it's shooting fast enough that usually catches them before they can leap to us, which is kind of nice. As long as I'm patient about it. First video game you fell in love with, and how long did you play on a weekend? Mine was Metroid the weekends. So if I'm going back way old school, there was a game on the Atari 2600 called Warlords. It was 4-player. You kind of each had a little castle thing. It's kind of like a breakout style where you're breaking blocks. But everybody had a castle in each corner. You had kind of, your castle walls would break up like a breakout. Ooh, that one's... Those two are in love. Now I feel bad. And you had 4 paddles, and you would just swing your paddle, and your your little blocker guy would basically go around the corner of your castle, right? And then there was a little ball, essentially, that you could throw around and try to break each other's buildings. And loved that game. So that's the one that always comes to mind. Old school, old school. After that, I've had moments. Ultima Online was a favorite. I'm an MMO junkie, so I really like it, Ultima Online. I remember when X-Wing came out, the original X-Wing. I didn't have a computer that would run it. But I was doing work. Our company was doing work for Honeywell. And so what I was doing is during the week, I would take my workstation from work to Honeywell and physically work on site with them to rebuild 3D graphics to replace some of the vector graphics on their control systems. And so I do that all week, but I wouldn't leave my computer there over the weekend. And so I would just take it home with me, which meant I had this powerful computer to play games on over the weekends that I did not have access to because I didn't have a personal computer that was that fast. And so I would play through games like marathon games. And so, yeah, X-Wing, I think I beat X-Wing in a weekend because it's like, I have this computer, I have the ability to do it, so I'm going to take full advantage of this time. So that was a marathon. When was it Old Republic or Galaxies? I think it's when Star Wars Galaxies came out. I wasn't able, I think it launched like during the week, but my first play was on Friday night. I was just busy, but when I sat down to play it on Friday night, I started playing Friday night and then played all night Friday night, through the day Saturday, all night Saturday night until Sunday morning. And Sunday morning, they took the servers down for some maintenance because it was the opening weekend and things were happening. And so I went and watched the Formula One races while they were doing the maintenance. And then once the maintenance was done and I was done watching Formula One, then I played the rest of the day Sunday and crashed sometime late Sunday night to get a little bit of sleep before I had to go to work on Monday. I don't think I could do that anymore. That's crazy amounts of marathon-y stuff. Let's see, what are the games? Age of Empires back in the day. Played a lot of Age of Empires. That was more of a, not necessarily a binge thing, but like I had a core group of friends that we played Age of Empires every Saturday night for years. I mean, it was very a social thing. On the social front, one of my favorite gaming experiences was on the Super NES, where I think I had already moved to Arizona, but I was visiting family back home, and like over Christmas, and we had what they call the multi-tap, which was a thing you could plug into the second controller of the Super NES, and you could plug 4 controllers into the second controller port. So we basically had 5 controllers. And so my brothers and my cousins and we all got together and we played NBA Live, and I think it was, God, I want to say 95, NBA Live 95, something in that era. Hey, a Pepper Rex, come on, give us an egg. Nope. But the cool part about it was, because there was 5 of us and there's 5 people on a basketball team, we each played a position. And so it wasn't like you're just switching back and forth. I was the point guard, right? And my brother was the power forward. And it was fun. That was a riot. We played that for huge amounts of time. But that was less about the game itself and more about the socialness of the experience, I think. I've had a lot of really cool gaming experiences, and I've been ignoring chat. Now I'm just on a reminiscing tour of my gaming youth. My energy or my health is not looking good. Let's see if we can vampire. Our sword has vampiric on it, so we can heal ourselves a little bit, but Pitfall's a great one. Absolutely. Yeah, Pitfall's a great game. Hard. At the time, I remember for what the game was, what other games were of the era, that was big, complex, and difficult compared to a lot of the simpler games. Oh, Command & Conquer? Yeah, Command & Conquer is a great series. Is the main enemy, was his name like bald guy, named like Kane or something like that? I actually knew him. Acquaintance, not like friends, but he was actually, for his real job, he was a video editor in Hollywood. And so I had invited him to speak at some events and stuff that we hosted. So got to hang out with him and talk to him on occasion. And really, funny enough, not really about the game, more about Hollywood and the industry and stuff like that. But nice guy. Let's see. Trying to think of other major gaming moments, but those are some of my big ones. What are we at? 14? I don't think we're gonna make 25. But like I said, we're not in a huge rush. That's not too bad. We did level combat, which was one of our goals. So that puts us at 9. So I think by the end of the stream, we could get to level 10 combat. I think that's a legitimate goal. A doable goal. Especially since we're fighting in Skull Cavern now, where the enemies are a little bit harder, which means we get better experience. That's 15. I don't know if 20 is a realistic goal, but actually we haven't gotten a mine shaft yet. A mine shaft would help us out a lot. But yeah, I've been fortunate. I've had, there we go. Speaking of mine shafts, see? You just have to speak it into existence. That's 20. We'll stay down here because if we can pop another mine shaft, we have a chance at 25. I don't think we're manually going to get 25, but there you go. See? That's why you always at least check. We have a shot. 3 levels. Well, oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, we're going to go after that Pepper Rex. But then we'll probably take quicker exits here just so we can try to get to 25. Well, you know what? All my skepticism, we ended up doing quite well. I didn't think we'd get past 20. There towards the end. I think our inventory is full here. Alright, let's grab this because it could have some good stuff in it. Plus 199 experience. And we'll fight this guy. We'll take this staircase. That'll put us at 25. And then we will call it a day in the mines. That was a good run. If we get 25 a day, we can get 100 by the end of the week. There we go. Grab a little bit of free combat XP and home again, jiggity jig. All right, that was a good run. I'm happy with that. Let's see what all we collected. All right, that's all the normal stuff. Drop off our equipment. All right, so we've got a parrot egg and a frog. Trinket-wise. Ooh, an artifact for Gunther. Liking that. Anything else for Gunther? It doesn't look like it. Oh, two things for Gunther. Nice. That we will just sell. Ooh, some bug steak, which is good food. Or it's not good food, but it will do food things for us. We'll throw that in there. Got some clothing. And again, we're kind of turned into Joja elitists. Everything Joja. Whoops. Hold on. I don't have the right profile loaded on my mouse. Let me fix that real quick here. Mouse. Live streaming. There we go. Load up my live streaming profile. Now I can press that button. There we go. Joja. That's right. I have a Joja button on my mouse. Anyway, so our elitist now, we only collect iridium quality gems. These normal quality gems are beneath us because Joja. So we'll just sell them. All right. Food. 10 likes. Oh, I have a chicken button on my mouse as well. All right. Well, 140. We have time. We can rave. Who doesn't want to rave at 140 in the morning? If you're going to rave, that's when you want to do it. Right? Let's just get the settled chicken dancing. Everybody warm up. Get loose. Little blue chicken action. Dance, little chickie. All right, let's kick the intensity up a little bit. We'll get our corner chickens going. Move me over to the middle. Turn my headphones up. Turn your volume up a little bit. There we go. We'll even sneak a Joja in there. Just subtly sneak in the Joja. All right. Let's go all in here. Rank it up. All right, 10 likes. We thank you guys so much. It helps a ton, helps with the engagement on the channel, makes the algorithm and other viewers find us, and that is what helps us grow. We do appreciate it. Absolutely. Bottle cap rave. Get a little Joja Cola on the screen for sure. While we're thinking about it, let's go ahead and do a quick shout out. Victor's Videos. I'll throw his link into the chat down below. You can find his channel. Soda Reviews, speaking of bottle caps. He'll give you soda reviews on a 3 bottle cap system. Let you know what he thinks. Okay, we need to get our upgrade for our shed tomorrow. I think that's just wood. I believe. I don't think I can get to it that way, but we'll just grab that and go to sleep for the night. Oh, what do we got? That's a meteorite, I think. Well, hopefully it didn't take out a bunch of our crops. We will see. If Brave has an auto-like extension, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure on that. We didn't turn the chickens off, though. There we go. That I'm sure of. We forgot to do that. All right. I mean, it's not that we couldn't play the whole game with the chickens on, but that get a little bit flashy. That's a good thing to know. Yeah, I'd like it to land somewhere where I could build a shrine around it. Maybe we'll get lucky. So we'll check that first thing in the morning. We'll get our, we'll get a shed upgrade going, because that'll be our first keg shed that we get put together. And then we'll probably head back to the Skull Cavern again. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out in our cozy corner of YouTube. We do appreciate it. Let's see what day 9 of spring has in store for us. Good morning, Stardew. Need a refined quartz. It is a ticket. Ticket ones are probably worth doing. Where are we at with Harvey? I think I probably went past him. Let's see. Harvey. We're maxed out with Harvey, so that's not critical. Enter the Skull Cavern. Well done. I have a better challenge for you, kid. Make it to at least 25 levels. I got a mountain of gold to send your way. We'll take it. Nope, it got us. It got the crops right there. Well, it's in a bad spot. Alright, let's repair the damage here. This little spot will just be behind a little bit in the grand scheme of things. Alright, we need a watering can, we need our hoe. We're gonna need... Let's see... Speed grow, hyper speed grow, and ancient seeds. Thankfully it only took out 4. It's not gonna make or break anything, but still kind of sucks. All right, so those are going to be 8 days behind, but so be it. You just roll with it, man. It is what it is. All right, we'll throw that in there. All right, let's come down here, check on the Junimos. They're harvesting out some stuff. Looks to be just that patch. I don't think anything else is ready to go. So let's grab some gas seeds. We'll throw those in there. Anything else get harvested? No, there's a bunch of stuff coming out in a day though, so we're gonna have to do another big planting here before too long, but that's all right, not a problem. All right, calendar wise, we do need to get to the bookseller today. I'd like to buy some books. We need to get up and see. Oh, we need to get there quick. We should be able to intercept Robin here. So Robin, if she is doing aerobics today, which I'm going to guess she is. Yeah, so at 9:30, she's going to head to Pierre's General Store. At 9 o'clock, this door opens. So what we can do, and I haven't been able to get this to work with Marnie, but Robin's up here. She hasn't woke up yet, so we'll say hi to Demetrius. I think we're maxed out on... Oh, no, he still needs some friendship. There you go, buddy. What about Robin? Yeah, we're maxed out with Robin. Getting close on Demetrius. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll come over here. So 9:30, she's going to get up. There she comes. And she's just going to leave. So what we want to do is we want to position ourselves here so we can access the counter, right? And we'll just click on this. I'm going to spam click on it. And hopefully I have the right stuff. So as soon as she got into within range, it let us access the menu. And what we should be able to do... Okay, this is what I was afraid of. So I wanted to get that early. So we're going to escape out of that. We're going to grab... stone, and then click on it again, and this way we can get this kicked off so she'll start tomorrow as opposed to having to wait a full day. So we'll get that upgrade going, and then now she'll start working on it tomorrow. So she'll start on Wednesday instead of talking to her on Wednesday and getting her to start on Thursday. Okay, good. Let's see. Where is Oh, Harvey and Maru are both at the clinic. Oh, I thought there was an event. Maybe we got it? I don't recall. I thought there was an event. Maybe we did it. Was it the drop the test tube one? Can't remember if we did that one or not. Nope. Didn't trigger, so. Alright, home of Jenny appears general store. Alright, let's knock out a few of these events and we'll get back to the cavern. Oh, this is the cutscene from the produce thing, where he tries to sell our gold star garlic, I think is what we sold him, at exorbitant prices. I am all ears. Bundle of locally sourced organic heirloom veggies. It's garlic. These are hand-picked and sorted to ensure only the very finest in quality and taste. It's a once-in-a-lifetime kind of offer. Sounds pretty good. I could use some quality veggies for the saloon. How much does it cost? This one arguably is a very pro Joja. Like, he's worse than Joja, right? $25,000. He didn't pay me $25,000. Gus, if you're selling the saloon for 25 grand, I'll buy it from you. Look at that. That's a mom look right there. You don't want that look. Oh, Pierre, you should join Joja. What, to cheat your neighbors? I'm offended they didn't want my veggies. You win some, you lose some. You should be less greedy. I don't know if I should say that. I am about profits, so we'll go with this one. There you go, Pierre. Take some risk. I don't remember what they paid me for them, but... Alright, let's see. Pierre, where are we? We need some friendship. Right, we're maxed out. Maxed out. One heart away. Maxed out. But that is Jody, which means we can't do the Jody cutscene. Alright, I think we're good to... What about... Don't go inside yet. Let's get you a coffee as well. And then there's Robin. All right. Marnie. Oh, Marnie could use a coffee. She'd just grab the stack. Willie could use a coffee. Haley could use a coffee. Coffee for everybody. There we go. I said we wouldn't get a lot of friendship stuff done, but there we go. We got a little bit done. Alright, let's put some stuff away here. Throw those in there. Install the date Jody mod. That's rough. Poor Kent. I don't know if I have it in for Kent, but I'm gonna have to, I guess, resolve myself to being mean. Even though that's hard to do. Alright, let's go check on... I think there's still a day or two before... Oh, 7 days on Starfruit, so we have some time. And I think that was the island. Yep, we don't need to go to the island. Alright. Well, we should get 25 today. That's well within our abilities. Get a little panning in. Give us the ring. Nope. Alright. Now this is where the elevator makes a big difference, right? So we can restart. Oh, we already made 25. Can we get 50 today? That's what we'll shoot for. Without the elevator, we'd be starting back at 0. And so our more casual approach to Skull Cavern definitely would not work. This was pretty, I don't want to say game changing, but the elevator does change what the cavern is. There are settings you can put on if you want to make it different levels of hardness. You can set that how many floors you get before it saves your progress. Right, so if you want to up that to a higher number, you can. It's got some configuration components to it. Whatever makes sense for your playthrough. Wow, 12 levels right off the bat. But not a lot of monsters. We need monsters. Need them enemies. There's one. Because combat's really what we want. The components of making it down to lower levels of Skull Cavern and the Monster Slayer, which are things we are also working on, are just in conjunction with our combat level. But really our combat level is what we're going after here. Wait. Let's check in on Monster Slayer. What do we got? Halfway through slimes. Bats aren't too far away. Skeletons we might have to make a run for. Cave insects are done. Ooh, Duggies are really close. We're usually not that close on Duggies. That one usually is one of my last ones. So these we just started today. We were 0, 0, 0 here. I don't know that we're going to get all these by the end of this stream, but we're definitely getting a start on those, so that's not too bad. We're actually better off on some of those than I thought we would be. Boink, boink. And again, we're pausing to take the resources. This is part of the Walk of Life mod. So we're on a treasure hunt now. You can see that flashy rock there. And there's a tone. There we go. All kinds of loot. But we are on going from level 9 to level 10 on combat, which is a good place to be. Smash. Come on, bat, follow me. Follow me. You can do it. Don't give up. There you go. Come on. Good job. Beauty. Beauty, beauty, beauty. Ugh. Alright, so that was a little bit of a taking advantage of the game systems, we'll call it. The loot was too far out of my way, I couldn't get to it. And I don't have enough magnetism, but my tractor has more magnetism than my rings do. So we just got on the tractor, sucked the batwing off of the board, and collected our batwing. Was it critical that we got that batwing? Probably not. But do we want to leave loot behind? Absolutely not. That doesn't seem like a very Joja thing to do. There's a serpent flying around up here somewhere. I think we lost. There you are. How'd you get way up there? Little ones. I like it when the little ones come out. Get the experience from the main guy and then get bonus experience for the littles. Alright, there's still a serpent up here somewhere. Come to us, please. Boink, boink, boink. The serpent flew away. Come back. Still? Where'd you go? Come on, buddy. Don't be shy. Perfect. Oh yeah, the cost gold setting is another good one. You could consider upping the ante on that one. Hadn't thought about it. Let's take a look. I don't know if I'm going to change it now, but... I wonder if... Is that an add-on? Okay, there we go. 0 to enable payment for each level traveled using the elevator. Position of elevator displayed times elevator cost per step. The cost will be subtracted from your current available money. If you don't have enough, the elevator will not be used. Is that supposed to be multiplication? So if you put 10 in there, Level 100 would be 1,000 gold. If I'm understanding the calculation correctly. So we need the XP, the combat XP, but also Serpents is a monster slayer gold as well, so it's kind of in our best interest to go ahead and wait and fight the Serpents. The only thing we don't really need are the bugs, but another Pepperex. And still no egg. I think we've only killed 3 though, so. Good question. I don't think so. Oops, sorry. The keyboard I have is very... I like it, but it's very sensitive. So if I just rest my finger on the key sometimes, a little bit of a brush and it triggers the escape key. So, consumables. I do have Monster Musk. That's something to consider. Bat wings and slime. We should have that. Bat wings and slime. All right. Now we've done it. Cause ourselves some issues. Probably get myself killed now. Great tip though. Blue chicken for that tip. I forget about Monster Musk. I haven't used it a ton. Because usually it's not like I need a lot of combat XP. So it's not anything that I worry too much about. But this is the perfect application of it, right? Like, we want to fight. We want monsters, so... Now, we're going to have to be a little bit more cautious. But... and it will slow our progress as well. But again... it's not our primary. Our primary reason for being here is to fight. And I probably shouldn't have used it at 11 o'clock at night, but I got excited. But we'll do that tomorrow. So that's called the Prospector Hunt. That's a walk of life perk as well. Whoa, pay attention to what you're doing. Alright, monsters, more monsters. What do we have? 47. Let's go ahead and take the exit here. Alright, we need 2 levels. Alright. There's our last level, so we'll get what combat XP we can. $120. Let's see if there's any other monsters here. Couple of mummies. And a serpent. Oh, that worked out. We don't have to run all the way back to the top. Alright, there's 50. Home again, home again. Nice, nice, nice! Call that another successful run. Alright. Let's get stuff in storage. Crack that. Couple of carrot seeds. That's for Gunther. All right. Work we should have done in the morning, we'll do now. Collect some carrots. Sell some carrots. And process. All right, we are clear there. All right. See if we can make it to the bed. We can. Not making it rich, but we're doing okay. You know it. How you doing, Pulse? Good to see you. Bot's being pretty quiet. Let's see if he's awake. Alright, let's check something here. Sometimes he gets disconnected. Platforms. Yep, he got disconnected, so... Alright, hold on. Let's fix him real quick. He was working when we started today. I'm not sure what has upset him. Alright, let's see. Are you back and running, my little friend? Wake up, wake up. There you are. Welcome back, my friend. I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you. For some reason, our bot wasn't, but we are doing okay. All right, he's back, though. We missed him. Okay, I think a successful day 2. We're 50 levels deep into Skull Cavern. We are working on our shed. Our shed upgrade is taking place. We do need to get some fishing in. But I don't know if we're going to get that in this stream, or the next stream might be all fishing, because we need to get to level 10 by the end of the season, because we have 1 fish that we have to catch by the end of spring if we want to make perfection in year 2. So other than that, I think we're doing quite Well, yeah, I don't see anything else on our list that is that we're not making progress on. Good progress on our combat, though. So let's take a quick break. We will be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Glad to have you with us. I see Playthrough Pulse is active in the chat, so if you want to check out his channel, I'll throw a link there in the chat. As long as he doesn't stream at the same time as me, we'll keep him around as a friend, right? MH Reels, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. How's your day going? All right, let's see. We might run into 3 ghosts. We'll grab that. Vincent's birthday. All right, we should give Vincent something for his birthday. Grape, magic rock candy, rabbit's foot. I think we should have some purple grapes if we haven't completely dehydrated them all. You know what? Grape is a crop. Let's go ahead and get our supply of 25 in storage. Okay. We'll get Vince's birthday. We did that. Let's go ahead and harvest coffee. Do our birthday run. We do want a monster musk up here. Let's see. How many is it? 30? We'll make 2. Alright. Let's drop that stuff off. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Thanks. I'm glad that I did this for the first time yesterday. Yeah, the first run. So I don't know if it'll make you feel better or not, but if you go back, my first vanilla playthrough is entirely on YouTube. So you can see how bad I was as well. So how long did it take? I've been playing Stardew. So I played Stardew for like an hour. Here's my origin story. In like 2019. and I realized, holy cow, this game is complex. I put it on the back burner and didn't play it again. So I picked it up in November of 2024. So November of last year, we started playing, and we were playing 4, 5, 6 days a night. And then it depends. Like, I was picking up some other games here and there, but I've essentially been playing mostly every day since November. So I went from 1 hour of game time to, what do I have now? Let's take a look. It's probably gonna, I know people that have more than me, so I don't feel horrible about it, but let's see what the game says. It says I have 1,350 hours. But yeah, I've essentially been playing 3, 5, 6 hours a day, every day since November. So I've got some time in for sure. But yeah, absolutely. If you want to see me playing bad, it's archived. The VODs are up there. Wait, here's my old mini shipping bin for all the world to see. Yeah, it's one of those that oops, it would help if we had our equipment with us. There we go. There's so many just layers of things in the game, right? And it's obviously, the other thing is I'm playing modded now, which is a whole different deal, but okay, I think this mod might have updated, because that's bogged down there a little bit, but that's running smoother than it was yesterday. But yeah, it's one of those that there's a lot of, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Layers of depth of things going on here that until you experience it for the first time is just almost impossible to know. Like, I don't think you would be expected to know, right? And so that just comes with time. It's not, get a little experience in, and but yeah, my first playthrough, I used the wiki sparingly. For the first couple of years, I would only look things up if it appeared to be something like, okay, this item might be a weird once in a save type of item and I don't want to mess it up. So I would check for things like that, but I really wouldn't look things up as far as how to do things. I didn't go into that mode until about year 3. When year 3 rolled around is when I started making spreadsheets and trying to figure out, okay, what do I need to do to get some sub element of something done. So that hit about year 3 for me. Alright, that all looks stacked up. Alright, Vincent. 850. Hi, Penny. We get here. Oh, it's raining. They might all be home. We might be able to trigger a cutscene here. Because we have, as long as they're all still in the house here. There we go. Nice. Oh, absolutely. Let's see. And the thing is, it's like, I am more than willing to answer any question. You know, it's like, just go into it knowing that if you've been watching me play, you know, spoilers are a thing, obviously, but yeah, and one thing I like to do in the streams is if you have a question, I'll load up another save and we'll go explore something if we need to, but happy to answer any questions. And we have a lot of veteran players in the chat as well that can answer questions. But as long as you go in with the the attitude that I like and a lot of people use is there's no wrong way to play Stardew. Just go in and have fun. Like some people get too hung up on the like, well, there's a better way or a more efficient way to do this or that. It's like, if you're having fun, then that's the best way. It doesn't matter if it's more efficient or less efficient or anything like that. How do you get to the mine? So the original mines, I think it's on day 5. Let me remind myself here real quick. So right now there's a boulder blocking your path, I would guess, if you've just started, right? Yeah, the 5th day of spring. On the 5th day of spring, there's going to be like a earthquake event or something like that. And that will remove a boulder up in the mountains that's blocking a bridge. Once that boulder is removed, then you can get to the mines. So if you've made it to day 5, that should be there. Yep, day 4. So yep, you're 1 day away of answering the question yourself. So yeah, your next save, when you wake up on day 5, there should be there's an event and there's an email that either hits on day 5 or day 6. From Joja about them taking no responsibility for an earthquake or something like that. But that will open that area up for you. And then when you just enter the mines, there's a whole cutscene and a thing that runs you through the next kind of stage of that kind of stuff. So you're close. And then you get to start going down the mines. Well, welcome to Stardew. It's honestly, when I first started playing, I figure I would have played it like, so I started streaming every day in October, and I would play a game for a week and a half, sometimes 2. And then I would move on to another game. And Stardew was the same. I figured I'd play it for a while, and then I'd move on to the next game. 1, it was deeper than I thought it was. And 2, it still has a very vibrant community around it. It still ranks in the top 15, 20, sometimes 25 simultaneous daily playthroughs on Steam. There's still a big thing here, and it hooked me. I didn't think that, you know, what is this, like 8-9 months later, I'd still be playing it. But our channel has grown with Stardew, and so I want to give Stardew its due. And that's why we still play. We even converted some people. We got Nancy to start playing. Yeah, different people were definitely different amounts of productive over the pandemic, for sure. Blame me, I asked for popcorn. Not a cult. Yeah, Nancy's one of our converts. She joined the Stardew Not a Cult group. She was already in our community when I started playing Stardew. Her and I came from the Old Republic. That's where we were. Well, Victus hasn't complained to me yet, so it must be an okay addiction. Come to the do side. Very nice. Yeah, Playthrough Pulse is another one if you want to go and watch. Yeah, I'll throw his link. Actually, both of these guys, big supporters of the channel. We've got Victus and Playthrough Pulse. We'll throw both their links in the channel. Or the chat here. But Playthrough Pulse has a blind playthrough run on his channel as well. And so if you want to see another player figuring stuff out as they go, I think he is even more, I'll give him credit. I think he is even more stubborn in I'm looking up nothing and going to figure this out. I definitely caved on some occasions of like, I'm just going to go look at the answer for this thing. But You made it through the first year? Cool. Yeah, I have huge spreadsheets now, full of data and information. And a ton of stuff that's just in my head. Now, our resident encyclopedia is Lydia, although Nancy's a good replacement for her. Nancy's encyclopedic brain is getting pretty full of Stardew knowledge. I'm impressed, man, being in close quarters like that all the time. I'll give you guys credit for your relationship. It's pretty crazy. Exactly what you wanted? Grapes? Grapes is exactly what you wanted? Kid, you need to get a... I don't know. Higher aspirations or something. Okay, while we're in town, let's go ahead and go turn our tickets in here. Yeah, modded is fun. It keeps the game, I think, fresh and alive. I know when we were playing through the deserted one, it was like playing a new game again, because we changed it so dramatically. Nothing crazy there. All right, let's get this stuff into storage. And then we shall head back to Skull Cavern. Mini shipping bin, we'll put that in there as well. Store that. We might need that. Yeah, mods can... I mean, so there's different types of mods. I tend to put them into 3 or 4 categories. Category 1 are just visual changes. So for instance, like my house here in this playthrough, right? The house is a Joja house. It has the inside's exactly the same. The inside's all vanilla. There's nothing in here that's not part of vanilla. But the outside house is a cosmetic change. It doesn't change gameplay. It doesn't change anything. Same with the greenhouse. Now, the inside of the greenhouse is different. So that has a gameplay function, but the outside's no different. So you have kind of visual ones. You have, like, I'm pretty sure Nancy plays on a, like, her interface is purple. So like all of this kind of oranges and browns have changed to purple. So there's those cosmetic things. So that's one. The next stage of mods are quality of life mods. You know, so for instance, I've got these experience bars over here. They don't change anything, right? You can get that information here. It's just this, like, if I look at mining right here, I know I'm at level 8. I have no idea how far I am towards level 9. Whereas if I look down here, I can see exactly how I am, right? So it doesn't change the system. The system still works the same, but it's a visual indicator. You'll notice like these little icons here. You know, again, they're just giving me information. They're just reporting stuff to the game. Same thing as like as I roll my cursor around down here, right? It gives me information. So there's these kind of quality of life mods, the stuff you see over here. I've rearranged, I have a mod that changes my interface here for crafting. They don't change the game, they just change things to make it a little bit easier. All right, so that's kind of another tier of mods. Then you get into the game changing ones. They change game systems. So for instance, I have the Walk of Life skill mod, which allows me, it completely changes some of these skills. It changes the progression systems. I've gone through farming 4 times, right? I think, yeah, 4 times. So, you know, that's a complete thing. And then there's mastery, and then there's prestige and stuff like that. It changes the game system. You have seen me access this. This is a mod called Chests Anywhere. All I'm doing here is if we go in here, all those chests are right up here, but I can access those from anywhere in the game. I have one called Automate running, where if we look down here, it will take ore out of this chest, put them into my furnaces, run it, and then when it's done, put it back in the chest. That's game changing, right? So you got a lot of mods that are that. And then you have content mods. So for instance, I have a mod that changes Morris to an NPC that you can date. It gives him a house. I've added 2 new NPCs. There's Jesse and Juliet. They have a house. And so those are additions, almost like expansion packs, right? So mods can come in all shapes and sizes. I think last time I checked on Nexus, was there like 30,000? No, 24,242 mods for Stardew Valley. Now, a lot of those are no longer work. They're for older versions, but yeah, modding can do lots of things, either rather small or big. It kind of depends on what you want to do. I get all my mods on Nexus Mods. So there is a website. Let me pop it up here. There we go. Does that get us home? There we go. So it's just called Nexus Mods, nexusmods.com. Turn that off. Oh, it doesn't really show up. And so, yeah, I just get all mine from up here, and then there's a Stardew Valley section, and you can download those. I also use a program called Stardrop is a mod manager. And so this is what I use to manage a lot of my mods. Lets me turn stuff on and off and things like that. Now, depending on, are you playing on PC or the Switch? Because if you're playing on the Switch, you can't do the mods. But if you're playing on the PC, you can. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, as long as you're on the PC, mods are available. As you get into modding, you know, it's like check in. So the wiki has a whole thing that you have to do. There's a thing called SM API. I've heard it called SM API. Stardew Modding API. I've heard it called SMAPI. That's kind of the manager that makes it all work. Oh no worry about it. I love to talk about this kind of stuff. Like, the original version of this channel was to break down how things work in gaming. That's still at the heart of what we like to do. So, but yeah, there is a page up on the wiki. Here, let's pop this up here real quick. So if you just go to the Stardew wiki, there should be a section here, just called modding, right? And if you click in here, what you're going to want to go to is, don't go to the creating mods section. You want to go to the using mods section, and this will walk you through all the stuff that you need to do. You don't have to do all this stuff. It kind of depends on what you want to do. There's some things that you have to do if you're playing on Steam and you want the achievements to still trigger. There's some settings you have to do to make that work. But this will get you through most everything. But absolutely, if you're trying to do this and you get stuck, feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to actually, answer questions or help. I've thought about, like, I'm working on building some videos and, building videos on how to mod or that. And we're even thinking about writing our own mod, which would be entertaining as well. So I'm probably going to do that content at some point. Okay, let's see. I think we got all of our chores done. We got Vincent's birthday done. Knock that off. So anyway, yeah, like, this is a mod, right? Like, this has changed over my whole journal as a task manager and stuff like that. I have right now, this playthrough has 87 mods that I'm running to make it do what we're doing. So that would be a fun mod to write, to create a little Victus Videos soda shop store. I can't say I hate it. It's probably beyond my capabilities right now. Can't say I hate the concept. Assuming whoever runs that Victus's Videos channel will license the name to me so I don't get sued. Ah, no, we all start somewhere. One of the things I do love about gaming, and obviously there's toxic gaming out there. I don't want to say our hobby is completely free of that, but at least here, we are very supportive of each other, right? Like we all had to start somewhere. And so, yeah, we more than happy to embrace the newbie, if you will. We were all newbies at one point or another. I'll give my or the group we've assembled here, right? I picked up, like, Lydia. Nancy was in early, but Lydia was an expert. Dread had played a lot. We had a lot of veterans that started watching my channel early on, and they kind of set the tone as far as being supportive, because I didn't know what I was doing, and they were experts, and they kind of helped and guided me in my journey as we were trying to figure things out. And so we try to extend that forward, help each other out. Oh, the monster musk was a good idea. Can't pronounce that name. Again, we'll throw another blue chicken on the screen for you, my friend. Giving us that extra combat. And it's not a unknown quantity. My day job is I'm a professor of game design and development. So it is also in my nature to help people and guide people, so doesn't bother me at all. I've been lucky enough that over my gaming tenure, if you will, I have played many games where I got to what you'd call end game, and was starting to get bored with the game. And what made the game fun again was living through other people's discovery of the game, right? Like, I have as much fun helping and guiding somebody into their first playthrough that I do playing it myself sometimes. So never think of it as a burden. Think of it as just being part of a community, and we help each other out. I'm not shy. I'll tell you if you're bothering me, or if you're a burden. I like watching other people play as well, because you discover things. Like, I do things my way. I know it drives some of the people, metaphorically anyway, some of the people in the chat, I'm sure I frustrate them sometimes, because I have certain ways I like to do things, and they're either different or not always the best way of doing something. What do we got going on? Oh, you got your 3-month member. So that's a perk of membership. Every month, if you are a member, you get a free, essentially, super chat, I guess. It works like a super chat. I appreciate it, Victus. Victus, longtime supporter of the channel. I think you currently hold the record for most gifted memberships. For sure. Victus is might as well be a, like, 10-year member at this point. As much as membership as you've purchased. Oh, there we go. We've got the gifted memberships coming in. Storm. We've got Storm, Naomi, Ace Roller picked up a membership. Dwagon and Crystal at Classy Cozy Gamer. Welcome, welcome to the membership program, my friends. And thank you, Victus. As always, you are, again, probably one of the biggest supporters of the channel. At least on the financial front, for sure. I think you've blown us all away. Welcome, everybody, to the membership program. You now have a free month of membership. And that does give you access to our emoji set, which are those. So you can play around with those for the next month, if you would like. One of these days, Victus will grow, his channel will grow, and I'll be able to gift memberships on his channel. What did we leveled mining? All right, mining leveled. Okay, we're cranking pretty good here. I think maybe tomorrow. It's possible that tomorrow might be our combat level 10. Oh, we got the prospector. Okay, so this is a mod. It's a prospector skill. I'll be quiet because they make noise. Uh-oh, I lost it. There it is. Woohoo! Big rewards. In all seriousness, very much appreciated, Victus. It was Victus through Nancy as a proxy and Lydia, who were probably most instrumental in talking me into launching the membership program. I wasn't going to do it. I was like, who would want to be a member? But they pushed me, and here we are. So it's their fault. Yeah, we all owe everything to Nancy, right? Yep. Welcome, Dwagon. You can now play around with the emojis. The gifted sub will give you 30 days. So I think it's 30 days. Basically a free month. And then you'll lose the sub from a gifted one unless you sign up yourself, but Victus is our sub gift giving king for sure. 120, is that your subs? That's doing pretty well. I think I remember when you were struggling to get 100. Let's see, Victus. Where's your channel? Come on, YouTube. There we go. Yeah, 121. Nice. Proud, my fault. Very nice. Yeah, you've started to grow. Are there any more monsters? Don't see any. YouTube is a weird thing as you're building your channel. Like, it's going to sound cliche, and I don't mean it to be, but it very much is about consistency And it's very much about momentum. So, like, we still have a really small channel going here. But like, in general, your first 10 subscribers, views, hours, whatever you want to measure, are harder than your second 10, right? The first 100 are harder than the second 100, and so on and so on and so on. And it just has a biorhythm, a natural thing to it that if you keep at it and you stay persistent, it just builds on itself. But from everything I've read, seen, people tend to give up before the algorithm, before the system is able to do anything to help them out. And so for my channel, we streamed every day, you know, from October to January. So January we got monetized, but it wasn't until April. April was when everything started to come together. Everything started to really go up, right? You know, through October, November, there were streams where there was nobody watching. There were streams where there'd be 2 or 3 people watching and things like that. You know, if I got 10 to 20 watch time hours on a stream, we were doing well. And that slowly built up to where we would hit 100 hours in a stream or something like that. But it took us from, like, when I started streaming, one of the monetization requirements of YouTube is 4,000 watch time hours in the last 365 days, right? So in the last year, you have to have accumulated 4,000 hours of viewership. When I started streaming in October, we had like 1,400, somewhere right in that area. And through October, November, December, and January, we raised that number from 1,400 to the 4,000. That's where we hit. So over a year, I had 1,400, and over October, November, December, that 3 months, we got 3,000 hours, roughly 2,500, something like that. And so that's where we got monetized and started growing from there. Our best month to date, at least for watch time, was just short of 100,000 hours. So it's funny because if you think about, getting that 4,000 hours was a struggle. I've had single streams that had more than 4,000 hours now, which is exciting. And we're still tiny. We're a tiny channel, right? But it is through the community and through the persistence that we've gotten there. And so I do thank you guys. You guys are a huge part of the success of the channel. I've tried to launch this channel probably 2 or 3 different times with different content, and my monster must still run. Yeah. And this finally took. So it's been a fun run. Oh, look at the mummies. Sad mummies. But it's like I tell my students as well, the success we got in April wasn't because of anything we did in April. The success we got in April is because of the work we put in October, November, December, January, February, March, right? That's what got us the success in April. And we've come back down from that a little bit. May, June, July have been good months. We plateaued out a little bit, but we're still growing. So things are going in the right direction. It's not easy though. There's definitely, you know, times where real life and other commitments and things try to get in your way. Ooh, look at that mine shaft. So yeah, thumbnails, the way I do thumbnails, I don't know that everybody would have access to. So, I have Adobe's Creative Cloud, so that's not cheap. You know, that's an expense. So I do all my thumbnails in Photoshop. I've been using Photoshop for a long time. I'm by far not a Photoshop expert, but I do have a skill set there that, it's not that anybody can't learn it, it's not that, but I do have essentially a professional tool and a little bit of background in image editing that does make it a little bit easier for me. So yeah, I do all mine in Photoshop. But it takes a while. I probably spend, I would say conservatively, it takes me an hour to 2, depending on how focused I am at the time. An hour or two every day to build the thumbnail, the title, the description, kind of everything that goes into a stream. And I do that every day because I stream every day. So yeah, it's a time commitment. I think my thumbnails are okay. They work for me. All right, 66 and 1240. I don't know that we're going to get to 67. Monster Musk has been awesome for our XP. It has definitely slowed us down, though. We didn't get to 75 today, so we didn't get 25. But we'll take the combat XP. That's more important than the levels. I don't know that we're going to get to 70 here, unless we get lucky and get a quick exit. We are running. Oh, there's the exit. Let's go ahead and take it. Oh, perfect. All right, we'll call that good. But actually, Victus, you can answer this if it's something, because as a member, this is something I've been thinking about doing, is I have been debating on, and I'd probably just do it live stream. I just don't know when I would schedule them, but I've thought about live streaming essentially a behind the scenes series, right? Like essentially it'd just be, I'd turn the screen share on and just, as I work through this stuff, I'll broadcast it. And so yeah, a behind the scenes or making of type of series. And if I do that, it will probably be like a members only piece of content, because I'm looking for things that I want to do that are just for members. So you, as a normal viewer, you wouldn't miss any of the game content, right? That wouldn't be, but the behind the scenes series could be fun. So if that's something you'd be interested in, let me know. I have considered doing that. Is that our first mega bomb? Nice. Either that or we've already used our other ones up, which is a possibility. Because I know there's a lot of things just in the YouTube universe that is information that's sometimes hard to find. I'm actually in a, twice a week, I'm in a YouTube boot camp series put on by YouTube. It's not anything that, you know, I signed up for separately. It's actually a YouTube boot camp to try to help small up and coming channels, I guess, with their stuff. So Yeah, GIMP. GIMP is a great program. There's a GIMP 2. I don't know how long ago you used it. There are things that I used to do in GIMP that I couldn't do in Photoshop. It had certain features. I thought about that as well. I think it was Debbie. Debbie posted, so we do some members only chats and posts and stuff like that as well. I think she posted that as well. Of like, hey, you know, if you thought about trying out this game or that game as members only content, a lot of it just comes down to time, like all of us. I got to find the time to do it, but I want to. That's my summer goal. My summer goal is to get 2 things I want to do over the summer. I want to start doing some just informational videos or fun videos that are linked to Stardew, and get some members only content up and flowing. That's kind of my two things I'm working on. Okay, that's all in the wrong spot. Let's try that again. There we go. All right, we'll sell all that. So what do we get to? Actually, my screen is hard to see. I think it's 4251. I can't tell on that screen either. I wish you could change those colors. That'd be an improvement I would make on this mod. Would be to be able to change the colors of the bars there, make them easier to see. Okay, I think our shed will be done tomorrow, which means we need to start a new shed. What do we got here? That is done. Okay, we did get enough ghosts. So the ghosts in the Skull Cavern counted for this. That's good. So we'll have to make sure we go talk to the wizard tomorrow. We probably should make a run around the valley just looking for leeks and forageables. So we'll probably do that tomorrow morning as well. And then we'll go back to the cavern. Level 9 mining. Beautiful. All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, it's raining? We had a little rain here yesterday, which is a shocker in the valley here. Okay, so what do we got for luck? 109, not too bad. right, yeah, 4251. So yeah, mining and combat are coming along nicely. 10 pepper poppers. An amethyst. Okay, so we have a few things we need to do here. We do need to get down to, or up to, Robin's and get seaweed laying around. We might just be able to help you. And get another shed going. Let's see, cheese and mayo. We need to go see the wizard. We need to take seaweed to Lewis, evidently. And then we'll make I think a run around the valley here. Let's make sure Robin's working all day. Yep. Alright, let's go south first. Oh, bookseller, bookseller. We'll also check out the bookseller today. Alright, we'll have to plant today at some point as well. How is married life with Lewis? Alright, we're on a look for leaks. That's what we're looking for. Or just forageables in general, but leaks is what we really want. Because we need to get 12 of them, I believe, for the George quest. Hello, wizard. Thank you, sir. Alright, Lewis wants seaweed. Actually, I don't think leaks actually spawn down here, if I remember right. I think they just spawn like Pelican Town in north. We'll grab some spring onions though. Lots of moss about. We probably should be harvesting more of that. Although I think our moss supplies are actually in pretty good shape. Oh, excuse me. Tickle in my throat. Alright, what are we looking at here? Nothing crazy. We probably should hand out some coffee to those that need it. Lewis, what did you want? Seaweed? There you go, sir. Alright. I'm going to spend too much time on friendship today. We have gotta get a shed built, which we probably are going to need. I think it's just wood for the original shed, but we'll get wood and stone. I think it's wood and stone for the big shed and just wood for the original, but we'll see. Well, I wish George wanted daffodils. Be in good shape. There's a leak. There's one. We need... Oh, we've gathered 2 so far. I don't think this is going to work, but it's always worth checking. If I pull these out of my inventory, will it trigger? Don't think so, because I put them in there. With automate, that will sometimes trigger some weird stuff. Okay, so we have 2. That means we need 10 more. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to add a gather leaks. And we'll put a 10 on that. That way we can kind of have a nice visual counter over here. Tells us what's what. Alright, now, there's something you can do here. I'm going to see which way it works. You can block your doors. So... I think I can place that there, actually. We're not going to. I can't remember if it's in the move menu or if it's in something else, but you can block outdoors. So we'll eventually probably stack these buildings so you can't get to them once we fill them in, because we can get to it with Chest Anywhere and automate. But for right now, we'll just stick these side by side. I believe we still need 215 points of friendship with Demetrius. We'll even talk to you today. How does that sound, buddy? 120. Are we maxed out with Linus? I think we are. Yep. There's another leak. Shouldn't be any leaks out there, so. Alright. Don't know that there's any up here, but I don't recall. Probably not with all these weeds growing. So a little tip, if you want to, if you're still trying to get a lot of forageables, by clearing the weeds, like if there's a weed there, it can't spawn a forageable, right? So if you clear out the weeds and the rocks and the sticks and things, it just gives more potential places for things to spawn. And that can be helpful. Alright, well, we got 3 so far. 3 of the 12, so that's 25%. That's not too bad. Okay, it's 120 already. I still want to get over to the Skull Cavern, so let's go ahead and do that. Can still get a run in here. Spring onions, leeks. Pepper poppers. All right, here we go. A little bit of clay. Sure. All right. Number 70. So we need about 700 more now. That seems reasonably to do. Got ourselves a nice mine shaft to start the day. Looking good, spirits. Thank you. We'll give a good old blue chicken to the RNG gods and goddesses for looking out for us. They are very important. All gamers know. Do not anger them. They are generous but fickle. Got myself into a little bit of a tight spot there. We're okay though. We're okay. Crazy thing is we'll probably reset combat right away and get it rolling again because we don't want to waste any time in combat that's not getting us levels. It's definitely been our slow grind. Hey Victus, thank you again so much. Last shout out for Victus videos. Throw his link in the chat yet again. Go support him. He is building a soda review channel and there's definitely an entertainment value there for sure. I don't even drink soda anymore and I find him entertaining. So. Come on, there we go. One thing I do like about the arrow, it doesn't do a ton of damage, but I can work on other things while it just kind of fights for me. We could put a second one on. What are we running as our second trinket? Basilisk Paw. Being immune to debuffs is nice. We'll probably keep that one for now. Boink. Mr. Bat. Mr. Crab. Alright, we're getting close. We're in striking distance. There it is. Now, unfortunately, I can't go and just immediately reset that. It's one of those happens overnight type of things. So we have to wait tonight to level. And then the next night to reset it. So, but that means I think we'll still try to get to level 100 in this stream. It's kind of our goal to hit. Man. How are my arms not exhausted swinging that sword like that? There we go. Anyway, where was I at? Got to concentrating on combat there. But yeah, we'll still push our way down to level 100. And then, so that'll probably be tomorrow. I don't think we're going to get there today. And then after that, we can work on fishing. Maybe get our kegs put into the first shed that we've completed. Is there any other odds and ends that will clean up the stream? Actually, we don't need to fight. We're still doing Monster Hunter, though. Or Monster Slayer. Let's see where we're at. 600 slimes. We were down around 500, I think, at the start of the stream. Ooh, bats. We're going to knock out bats here pretty soon. That's nice. Duggies we haven't seen a lot of. 52 serpents, 28 mummies, 38 rock crabs. We have work to do there, but it's nice to have a goal that pushes you, like a dual goal. In our case, it is, we need the combat XP. So that's, but we can also, we're not killing stuff just for the grind, right? Like just going and fighting the same stuff over and over. We're actually still fighting things. Now, as we get some of those done, then what we probably will do will be like, okay, let's go to this area and fight things. You know, if we're looking for a certain creature. But right now, we kind of need a little bit of everything. Really, insects is the only thing we have done. Everything else we need to fight, so it's the proverbial double dipping, right? I think we knocked that guy too far away. There we go. So we get the Monster Slayer goal and the combat XP. Now, right now, we're not, the combat XP is capped, so we're not getting extra, at least until we get that reset. But all right, 10 o'clock, 81. We can get to 85, I think. $85 is within our sights. 90, probably not. So like here, I'm just going to harvest all these nodes while I let the arrow do the work. You got the statue, the gold statue? Are you torturing Lewis again? mined the crap out of that spot on the ground. Alright. 82. Probably start taking some quicker exits here. See if we can get ourselves to 85. We're starting to get deep enough now, though. You can see how many more iridium ore nodes that we're triggering. There we go. I think we just also capped out mining again. Now, mining we might leave capped for a little while. Because of the way we're playing, we've got a custom farm map. The quarries, I have 2 quarries on the map. And what spawns in those quarries is linked to your mining level. So if we leave ourselves at level 10 for a little while, we can actually mine out some resources. Or at least let those quarries fill up with really good resources so that when we reset, we don't need to actually leave. Let's go ahead and leave this way. We'll have a lot of high-end stuff that we can do that. So we'll probably leave that for a little bit. We need to check. I think we might have run this a little tight. I think I can pull this off. We need to plant jazz seeds and carrots here. We got time. We'll be all right. That right there, I believe, is our Junimo huts got full. And there was no room left, so they just left the crap out on the ground. Okay, we didn't run out of carrot seeds, so that's good. Alright, we're probably going to pass out here, but that's okay. Okay, let's see. Flowers are always a pain because they come in all these different colors. Alright, let's do a little, see what we can clean out in our inventory here, because it is a nightmare mess. But hopefully we'll get this cleaned up and fixed. We're going to pass out. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. We could potentially, I think we might make it. We'll see here. But before we do anything, we're going to okay. Let's sell this stuff off. So, the nice part that we're dealing with right now is time is sitting there just waiting to make us pass out. But because we're in the menu system, time pauses. And so we're taking full advantage of that to get as much work done here as we can. Debbie, good to see you. How are you doing? Oh, we have Starfruit wine done. Starfruit wine. We have coffee. Coffee. Let's just pull all the coffee beans, put them back in. Coffee. Let's pull all that out. How are things with you? Have you been playing any, or have you been busy? Getting any Stardew time in or not? Okay, let's see. Let's check the fridge. We don't have coffee in the fridge. All right, let's sell some of this stuff. Coffee, we'll keep that. Sell that and sell that. Add those to our supply. Okay. Throw that battery in there. So now what we want to do is we want to go through and let's see if we can clean up some of these flowers. Flower, 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 flower. Okay, that's all the flowers. Now we should be able to unify our flower color. I don't know if that did anything. All right. Let's pull these out. Holy cow. Well, the Junimos have been definitely busy. Or the Jojomos in our case. Sure, even more. Green beans, cauliflower. They were busy, busy. No wonder all of our things were full. Okay, let's see. Storage. Crops. We need to store cauliflower. Put 25 of those in. Green beans. 25 of those. The rest of that I think we'll sell. 160 carrots. Only worth 11,000. 41 cauliflower worth 14,000. All right, let's sell off. Gonna be a good sales night on the Joja Extreme Farm, though. Okay, what else do we have here? Lots of flowers. All right, I think we're going to have to work on the flowers tomorrow morning. So let's see if we can get home. This is going to be really close. I think we're going to pass out, but we'll see. Is there anything else we want to do? I don't think so. You have timing, Debbie. You always pop in when to promote a chicken rave. Okay, you ready? Let's see if we can pull this off. Nope, passed out as soon as I came out of the menu. I knew it would be tight. Okay, sewing machine recently just sewed a new hem. A pair of overalls. I got the legs to the ground because I'm short, but I folded them to right. Well, very nice. See? Utilitarian. Take care of yourself. That's, yeah. Having a life balance where you spend some time for yourself is a good goal. We all have things we have to take care of, but taking care of yourself should be one of those. Yeah, I'm trying to see, this Easy Valley mod should do that. We'll play around with that in the morning. I was just running out of time there. All right, what do we have? We have Bushwhacker. Critical chance plus 50% chance to poach an extra item from an enemy with each attack. Become enraged as you take damage, gradually increasing your own damage and attack speed plus 25. That one's meh. This one's okay. You get a lot of extra loot this way. So we'll take that one since we are in it for the profits. All right, level 10 mining. We've already got that one, so we don't have a choice. We have to take that one. Yeah, that's part of the process. We always list it as iteration, right? You know, you can't get the better version until you get the first version, right? So You know, if every time you improve, then that's a good thing. Nothing wrong with that at all. All right. Well, we made 2.3 million last night. That was a good sales day. That'll keep us in some money and get us closer to that golden clock. I think one more dive into Skull Cavern. We'll set up the kegs. We'll fix our flower situation, hopefully. And then we'll see where things go. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's see if this mod is working, because our inventory is a mess right now. So we should be able to pop in here. Unify flowers in backpack. Yeah, I don't think it's working. Let's see. Gain. I don't see a setting for it. Sometimes you have to have another mod installed for these to work. But yeah, that's definitely not unifying things. Or no, it did. Okay, it unified them. They're just not restacking. Okay, this is. I think it's doing what it's supposed to. So we'll use hut 1 here. Yeah, see, now they're stacking. All right. So we have 4 of each because of quality, but not because of colors. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab the rest of our flowers. So it did work, but it doesn't auto stack them. It just leaves them in their individual stacks until you stack them up. All right, so we'll do that again. And now if we throw these in here, they'll still stack up. Perfect. All right, that cleaned things up nicely. Yeah, it definitely helps. I don't know what the original intent was on the flowers, but man, they can be a little bit of a pain. Okay, so we're going to treat these just like any other crop that we have. We will put in 25 of each of the iridium quality. And then we're just going to sell the rest. They don't really make a lot of money. But we planted a lot so we would get the 25 iridium. That's really all that comes down to. Alright, let's harvest this stuff out. Check our Junimo huts. They're all good to go. Cheese and mayo. Boink, 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 boink. Done and done. Make some cloth. Store our massive amounts of Joja Cola that we actually have now. We should probably start using some of this stuff. I mean, look at that. 650 energy. 975 energy. A lot of these have buffs on them. I'll tell you what. And we're still using crab cakes and coffee. I tell you. We are nothing if not a creature of habit. Okay, what do we have going on? Sandy's working on our shed. Traveling merchant. Check our help wanted quests. Nothing going there. We do have to go harvest some coffee. Oh, the egg festival is tomorrow. Oh, we have to lay the smack down on Abigail. Okay, that means we really need to get to the bottom of the, or to level 100 in Skull Cavern today. Because I don't want to. Oh, we won't be able to do it tomorrow. Alright, first off, let's get coffee done. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Out to the island. Rainy island. Grapes. Is that a weed that we missed? That was dangerous. I think it was, though. Can cause crop damage if we're not careful. Alright, done and done. Make some coffee. Let's go ahead and throw in, what do we got, 22? Oh, it doesn't look like we got any iridium quality grapes, so let's check our cellar, see if we have any grapes down there. Now, it makes sense because we don't have fertilizer or anything out on the island there. Well, we got one. We're up to 23. Alright, the rest are going to go into raisin making. We need to... Do we have any preserve jars set up anywhere? We need to make some coconut jelly for the raccoon. I don't think we have. No, I don't think we do. Alright, let's go ahead and... wood, stone, and coal. Let's make 3. We're not using a ton of them right now, so I'm not going to worry about having a huge supply. Do we have any large chests left? Doesn't look like it. We got normal ones. I don't see any big ones. Let's make 11. We'll use one and we'll throw 10 into storage. Alright, we'll put that there. And then we need that away, that away. Put those in there. We need to get ourselves some coconuts. Ooh, we don't have a lot of coconuts. Oh, we need to then set up a coconut farm, I think. Okay. If it's one coconut, this will work. If it's multiple coconuts, we're in trouble. Okay, it's one coconut, it worked. Perfect. Alright, so this needs to go into production. Where do we want to put it? Right below kegs, probably. Let's put it at 80. Reserves. Reserves. There we go. Production. Level 80. That puts it in a good spot. Alright, we'll just make the one because that is for the raccoon. Put those away. We are going to have to, I think, wire up a coconut farm, though, out in the desert and on the island. I need to get... We haven't gotten our dwarf scrolls. That's what we need. Awesome! What is your... Like, what farm are you working on right now? Is there a... You have a goal? Or just playing for the fun of it? And there's nothing wrong with that. Alright, Robin should be working on our other shed. So again, we'll fill that up with kegs here before too long. Let's check in on the Junimos. The Jojamos. Okay. Rhubarb, we're gonna have to replant there. Strawberries are a regrowth crop. So we've got some stuff we're gonna have to replant. Alright, what do we have for seeds? I only have 30 carrot seeds left. Or 30 in here. Do we have more in here? 10, 11, and 12. No, I don't see any extras there. Do we still want to keep doing carrots? Carrots aren't bad. For the cheaper cash crops, carrots are... They're not as good as coffee. They're not as good as strawberries if you plant strawberries at the beginning of the season. But honestly, they're better than everything else. So I say we keep doing carrots. So here's what we're going to do. Let's get ourselves some carrot seeds here. Hello, Joja. Hook us up. Thank you, Joja. We appreciate everything you do for us. Let's see if they're done harvesting. Not quite. They're still working on this section, so... Alright, we're going to have to make sure we get back here early enough to replant. Got a green bean at some point. That's all 1 day, 2 days. Okay. Let's go take care of our desert responsibilities here. Oh, we also got some blue jazz, but that we can just... We don't have to unify. We'll just sell that. Alright, no monster musk. We don't need a ton... Well, we don't need combat experience right now. Now we're just trying to get to floor 100. So for this run now, we'll probably... We'll still fight stuff, because you can get loot. But really, we'll do resources. Resources and ladders. That's really what we're looking for now. Let's see, 86. Okay, there's a little bit of risk here. Minor risk. If you don't have the elevator installed, we're at level 86 right now. You could theoretically go through that shaft, and if you went down 15 levels, which is the max, that would put you on floor 101. And you would not get the reward for floor 100. The game does not recognize you're past 100 and it just gives it to you. You have to hit 100 exactly. So if you don't, you would lose the chest. I think you'd still get credit. I'm not sure what it would do for the cutscene part. But now, with the elevator installed... Hey, we just finished a Monster Slayer goal. What did we get? Bats, I bet. Now, with the elevator installed, we can actually go back if we had to. So. Oh, 14 levels. That was perfect. It doesn't get any better than that. Well, well, well. You made it. Mr. Quee. How you doing? Come closer now. Don't be shy. I like this shadow. Check out when the cutscene or the dialogue goes away. Like, he casts a shadow in the column of light. That's a nice little touch there. Heard you were attempting a deep dive into these caverns today. I had to see for myself. Impressive. Very impressive. You passed my test with flying colors, kid. I'm very pleased that you challenged yourself and came down the honorable way instead of skipping all the levels by crafting staircases. So this is interesting. You get two types of dialogue here depending on if you use staircases. The magic number is 10, I believe. If you use 10 or more than 10, you'll get a different cutscene. It doesn't change anything, but you'll get a different dialogue. I find it funny that we cheated more than staircases because we had an elevator, but he doesn't know. Because it's a mod, so we were honorable. We didn't use one staircase. That shows you're a real deal, kid. You got principles. Sure. Joja provides. Joja gave us the elevator. Thank you, Joja. So we're not going to argue with him. You understand the importance of challenging yourself and holding yourself to a highest standard, even if no one is watching. Well, right now there's a ton of people watching, Mr. Quee. Smile for the people. As for your special, kid, you lead by example. I like that. Now go over to the table and drink the special milk I've prepared for you. I am a fan of milk, but I don't know if it's purple. Iridium snake milk. One healthy swig of that and you'll become even more powerful. The taste is awful and the texture is even worse. But your health is permanently increased by 25. That's a nice little bump. Good luck out there, kid. Alright, let's go ahead and leave. Now, you have to decide if you're... Yeah, you can come down here every day. There would be a chest here every day if you wanted to. If you have the elevator installed. Okay. Another goal done. Gifts for George. Alright, nice. Okay, so I think... Hopefully our Junimos, or our Jojamos in our case. Oh, I wonder... A powerful milk of unknown origin. I wonder if you spawn in that, if it gives you 25 health every time. We'll do that in a non-save, just to kind of test it as a system. Okay. Hopefully the Jojamos have finished their work. So let's go check on them. They have. So this strip was all rhubarb. And that appears to be done now. So let's get our carrot seeds. So our bottom two rows are green beans and strawberries. They're regrowth. Everything up here is not. So we'll have to just keep an eye on it. Alright, keep our carrot seeds in there. Oops. Went the wrong direction. Let's put that stuff back in there. Okay, rhubarb. Pull out the purple, because I don't think we've saved any of that yet. Alright. 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright. Crops. Put in 25. And the rest of this we sell. 72,000. Actually, that's not too bad. Where's the money coming from? 17,000 for... Yeah, 17,000 there. 14,000 for half the rhubarb. The rhubarb's actually, I think, making up the bulk of that. Flowers are cheap, but... Alright. Oops, what do we do there? 25, there we go. $182 bug meat. Alright, sell those off. Alright, we need to go to the sewer and get one of our skills reset. Probably combat, I'm going to say. Well, combat's the only one we can, so. Alright, so that'll reset overnight. Nice. So we're done with farming, done with mining. Combat will reset. Fishing's probably one we need to work on today. Because by the end of this stream and next, I think we need to get this to level 10. So that in the fourth week of the season, so the rest of this stream and tomorrow's stream, we need to go after the legend fish. Probably here. We missed the bookseller again. Okay. 22nd. Actually, let's do it this way. Go to bookseller. Second of spring. Is that turning them off? I think that's turning them off. Hopefully that's set. Okay. We'll find out. That can go away. We did that one. Alright, then we will also give ourselves a task. Go to bookseller. Okay. Well, let's work on this project here, just so we don't fall behind. And then we'll probably go fishing. So, because we are, again, running a modded playthrough here, we don't have to leave ourselves walking paths to manually harvest. If you're playing vanilla or unmodded in any way, you have to be able to put your material in and out of the machine, right? Now, depending on the mod you run, so for instance, we were playing on the Walk of Life mod, it actually has updated functionality for the hoppers. So you can build a version that would make the hoppers kind of work like Automate, in that they will put stuff in but also take stuff out. But it's a one-to-one relationship, right? It's one hopper per machine. Whereas Automate, I can hook all of these chests up to a single, or all these kegs, sorry, up to a single chest and automate the whole deal. Which is exactly what we're going to do. I think we can get 204 in here, if my memory is good. I think there's 205 squares, or 206, something like that. But we have to leave a square to walk into the building. And we need a square for the chest to link up this setup. So we'll get these placed. Not that we need to walk in here to use it, but it's it's just kind of part of how the system works, right? We're here. Okay, we should be able to put... I don't think we can put anything there. Because we can't put anything on the spot that we're standing, essentially. We should be able to drop the chest there. Alright, so this chest we're going to want to put into our production. So we have kegs floor 1, 2, and outside. Preserve jars is what number? 80. What are you? 70. Alright, I'm not sure how many of these we're going to put in, but we'll just start numbering them in the 70s. So this will be kegs shed 1. And we'll put this into production. And we'll just start at 71. So that puts it, so now we'll just start listing our shed kegs below our winery keg. And we've got plenty of space because I think I started this at 50. So if we need to renumber those, we can. All right. So there we go. That is up and running and ready to go. So what we're prepping for is right now we have a little over 500 there, a little over 500 there. And I believe almost 1,200 here. So this is all kegs all the time. And I think we could theoretically walk in down here, but I pretty much blocked this entrance off. Yeah, we can't walk anywhere. We actually are stuck. So it's all kegs. So we have about 2,200 kegs over there, I think. Once we get all these placed, we'll be at 3,000. Yeah, we bought 2,000, so we'll be at 3,000 kegs. And if we get all these in and working, like in the house, we could probably put to probably about 300 if we needed to. So 300 there, another 200 in shed 2. We're going to be pretty close to being able to accommodate our ancient fruit. But then we still have starfruit, so we're going to keep building sheds. I'd like to get maybe another 1,000 kegs into sheds. So that's another 10 sheds, something like that. All right, I think... Let's put that away. I'm not going to fill the house up yet, though. Ideally, I'd like to make the house just other production. So we'll try to stay away from filling it up with kegs. Although we could put a small keg system in there just for coffee. Because we might have to move our coffee out of the big system as we fill up everything. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, I do believe it's time to get our fish on. Boop, boop. Although we will go ahead and take the time to get some forage XP here. Well, since we're all the way over here, let's just fish over here. Why not? Alright, we're at level 7. Now, we're not really working towards any fish, but we will keep 5 of each fish that we catch, just so we have fish in stock. In case anything comes up. Somebody asks for a fish or something like that. But at this point, it's just kind of skill grindy. Yeah, hoppers. I was excited for hoppers. Sorry, I missed your original chat there. And again, when Walk of Life made the change that makes sense to me. Like, I'm okay with it being a one-to-one relationship. It's kind of annoying, but at least I get it. But having something that will put stuff into your machine but not take it out has a limited amount of usefulness, right? So the change that Walk of Life makes is exactly that. It can put stuff in and take stuff out, which automates the process, which is kind of cool. Now, automate is so much more powerful. So, they're definitely a disappointment compared to automate. Yeah, I think Walk of Life... Oops. To me, Walk of Life makes hoppers actually useful. We didn't use automate on the Deserted Island playthrough. And so I used hoppers there. And it was kind of cool. We had a pretty decent setup going. Where we still had to pseudo-manually put stuff in and out. Now, we also had a mod called, I think it's called Convenient Inventory. Which meant we could store stuff, or we could essentially throw stuff at our chests. We could hit a button, and if there were already stacks in a chest, it would put stuff from your inventory into the chests. And between that and the hoppers, it worked because we could fill the hoppers up with stock, walk by the hoppers, and just restock the hoppers without opening each one up individually. So it was kind of like a very lightweight version of Chests Anywhere and Automate. And it was fun. It actually... It gave you just enough steps to do manually to engage you, but not be annoying. That being said, I love automating Chests Anywhere, so it's hard to not use those. Yeah, that's another great point, right? You don't get them till it's so late that it follows the pattern. Stardew has a pattern. So the player experience pattern, the interaction pattern, whatever you want to call it, it does a good job of introducing a mechanic or a game system, making you do that manually, and then slowly giving you ways to automate or ease the manualness of it while it moves you onto other systems. But I agree with you. I think the hopper concept, even if implemented the way it is in vanilla, comes way too late. By the time you're getting hoppers, you've kind of outstripped or outpassed the construction, you know, of all of your mayonnaise machines or cheese presses or production facilities and stuff like that. Probably needed to come in. Honestly, a late desert item would make sense, right? Like, maybe as a reward for getting to, oh, I don't know, deeper into the Skull Cavern. Like, there are chests for level 200 and 300, so the original designs assumes 300 is something you could potentially do. So much like the cutscene at level 100, having Kui at level 300 that basically says, wow, you are such an adventurer, here's a new technology for you. And then make it available either in Sandy's shop or on the Desert Trader or something like that. That seems like it would be a good place to put it. I think our tackle wore out. Our bar got smaller. Yep, it did. Yeah, I think it's equivalent to auto grabbers, right? It fits right into that production facility, right? So that wouldn't be a bad parallel, I think. It's a luxury item. Now, did you play before 1.5? Because hoppers were added, right, with 1.5 or 1.6? So that's probably why they are where they are. Because of when they were added, but... Alright, I don't remember what we started at today, but it was towards the bottom. I'll have to go back and look. Let's take a peek. What was our Oh yeah, we were way down. This has been a good fishing day. Foraging. Yeah, probably about 120, 130, something like that. So we gained 1,000 points of fishing today. Okay, that makes me feel not too bad. We're going to need to gain 5. We still need 9,000 points of fishing XP. And we didn't come over here till relatively late. What time was it when we got here? Yeah, it was like 8:20. So 1,000 points in 5 hours means we could get 2,000 or 3,000 points a day. Okay, I think this is doable. Because again, what we're trying to do is get to level 10 by arguably, hopefully by the 21st. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, as long as we can get 1,000, average 1,000 a day. And if we spend all day fishing, tomorrow's going to be shot, but if we spend all day fishing, we could do Cinder Sap tomorrow morning before the Egg Festival. We might do that. Desert Fest is going to mess us up. We won't gain a lot of fishing there if we want to go all in on the Desert Festival. But yeah, 2 or 3 good days of fishing, I think will get us there. All right. Let's get a couple more casts in before we call it a night. And the reason we want to get to level 10 is we want to go after the legend. That's the only spring exclusive fish we haven't caught. So that's our by the end of spring goal, if you will. Killing us with all this junk. Yeah, I need to do that as well. The crab pot. Actually, we need to do that before the end of the week because I need those fish items as well. Although when I normally set up crab pots, I can't remember. Do you get the XP with automate? I can't remember if you do or not. Because we'll set it up so automate automatically does it for us. But I can't remember if you get the XP or not. But yeah, we need to collect and sell the stuff that comes out of the crab pots as well. That's not time dependent on the spring as much, but it is definitely something we need to do. Because we need the results. We need the fish out of it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but that's okay. Let's just put all the fish in there. And then we'll figure it out from there. Ah, very cool. 5, 3, 2, 5, 4. 5. We don't need those. Actually, we got 4 of those. We'll keep those. Keep all the crabs. I'll keep all the clams for right now. Oh, I don't think I need them for anything. 5, 5, 5, 5, 2, 2, 2. Okay, I think that gets us a decent level on most of those. So you guys are going to get cooked. And then that's for sale. Oh, I should clean that out here at some point. All right. Anything for Gunther? Wink, wink. All right. Soapstone goes to Gunther. Okay, the rest of this stuff just needs to go into storage or production, I do believe. Root. Tackle box, where are you? In you go. Geo crusher, in you go. Recycler. There we go. Frozen tier. Yeah, we have iridium quality of those. All right. We'll open those tomorrow because we're probably going to pass out here if we're not careful. Yeah, I didn't think we'd make it to the bed. It was close. But as long as you pass out inside your house, you don't take the penalty for money. Might not be best for your sleep schedule, but your energy. But that's okay. We can eat food. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Glad to have you with us. Thanks for hanging out in our cozy corner of YouTube. Let's see what's on the agenda for today. We got the Egg Festival. Okay, so that did fire back up. So on this beast here, annual, we can auto renew it, but on the day that it is there, so we should probably spend a day just putting all of the events in. We kind of got away from doing that. Same on the birthdays, but and then we could just mark them complete, and then on the day it rolls around, it would remind us. So that's kind of a maintenance thing we might do in a stream here coming up. Because there's not that many events. It wouldn't take that long to set them up. Alright, well, with that being said, what do we got? I think I checked these, right? Help wanted. Nothing there. Alright, we are going to have to plant today. But probably not till later. Or we're going to have to wait to see how the Jojamos do. That's a lot of harvesting they got to get done. We'll let them do their thing, because we want them to harvest, because there's a chance that we'll get double crops. There's like a 20% chance we'll get double crops. Alright, so here you can see what we want to happen is happening. You can see radioactive ore spawning in here now. Because we're level 10 mining, we're getting good spawns. And we want to let these quarries fill up. Because then what will happen is, when we get it filled up with this high-end ore, we can go reset our mining skill, then come here and mine all this up. Because our tools are strong. we'll get tons and tons of XP. We can get through 5-6 levels of mining in one quarry harvest. Okay, I think let's check our tackle box. We might have to add some bait makers to the mix. We're gonna fish a lot. How much? Yeah, we have almost 200 ore, or 200 bait. Alright, let's come down and get some river fish. I don't think we've done a ton of river fishing. So hopefully will give us some stockpiles of some fish we don't have a ton of. At least that's what we'll hope for. So we'll fish up until we need to go to the egg festival. Then we'll talk to some people. We will dominate Abigail in the egg hunt. And that'll rock us through the day. Festival days can go pretty quick depending on how much time you spend at the festival. It's interesting because for most festivals, time pauses. It doesn't run. You know, the exceptions like the Trout Derby, the Squid Fest, Night Market, Desert Fest, those still have like an active clock. But like the festival today, as long as we get there before it starts, time doesn't run while you're there. But it does fast forward time. And to basically, usually 10 o'clock, depends on the festival, usually 10 o'clock. So no matter how long you spend there, it's going to be 10 o'clock when you get home. It does kind of mess up some of your machines and automation and things like that. But it's not a big deal. It can mess up your Junimo huts if you have Junimo huts, in that they won't have as much time to harvest. So when we get back to the farm tonight at 10, we'll run down there and see if they got their harvest done or not. Anything they didn't harvest, we'll harvest out and replant. And then, yeah, some of your machine timing will get messed up as well, because the time doesn't run normally. But it's not bad. All right. So 2 o'clock. We got to be in town by 2, so. You have some time here. I think we might level here. Be close. I think we might be able to pull it off. I see the bubbles over there, but I don't know if I want to run all the way around to get to them. Time it would take to get to them, I'm not sure we would make back up in the quicker catches, so we'll just stay here. Probably would. It'd be really close. Depends on how long they last. Tackle's about to run out. Coffee buff is running out. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. We're at 1850 essentially. Oh, I tried to push it too much. I was trying to see if I could do that without moving. Like little weird meta games you play with yourself sometimes. But it hurt us because perfect catches are important. They give you a little over twice the amount of XP for the fish. Now we gave up our perfect for the chest because the chest gives XP as well. So it's about a wash and we get loot. All right, 1150. So right now we have a little bit of a bonus. This is also a walk of life bonus in that our tackle, notice we have that second cork bobber there. It will linger there for a little while. So you kind of get the extra benefit and then it'll fade. All right, maybe one or two more catches, probably two. Alright, one more. Isn't fishing one of your favorites, Debbie? You're a good fisherman. I've seen you do some pretty epic fishing. Alright, there we go. Level 8. So we have 3,000 XP to get to level 9, and then 5,000 XP to get to level 10. So 8,000 total. Yeah, I've seen you pull some pretty epic fishing moments for sure. I like the fishing. Alright, 1 o'clock. Now we need to start really paying attention to the time. I think we could make it if we go at 1:30, but I think we'll go after this catch. No point in cutting it too close. Because I don't want to reset the day because we missed the event. So let's go. Hey, Willie. That was 120. Yeah, we would have made it if we left at 1:30. But that's all right. So, if this is your main way to get strawberry seeds, ideally you want to stock up the year before. We have other ways to get them, so we're not going to worry about it. Unless we want to put up a bunch of lawn flamingos, I don't think we're going to buy anything. They're still warm. That's kind of weird and gross, buddy. Nope, I'm just here to let you know Joja is going to take you out. Nah, maybe not. Duck eggs in the custard. Crazy, Gus. That's crazy. I did not. I think I'll pass on carp roe pie. Nope. You have to play so I can beat you. So. A big egg. Okay. To win this year. Well, my head cannon, and I have to have this head cannon because otherwise I'd feel bad about it. My head cannon is, while we're all hunting, there's 2 divisions. There's a kid division and an adult division. And so just because I win doesn't mean that one of the kids doesn't win. We just don't see that award ceremony. It's done later, and we just don't see it. That way I don't feel bad about destroying the children in an egg hunt. Allergies. I actually do kind of like the winter in the valley. It's mostly salad this year. No! Eggs, I'm gonna need some hot sauce, kid. Oh, she dressed up like a rabbit. Hey, farmer, you gonna chase after the eggs? Me? Nah. I think I'd rather hang back and check out the talent. Oh, she's prowling. Don't accidentally take a raven's egg. They'll hold a grudge against you for the rest of their days. Eggs are fine, but I advise against eating 30 per day. I think you get that as long as you talk to Alex first. So little pants and hats for some of the eggs. They look adorable. Get my photo taken at the bunny stand. Does my hair look okay? It's wonderful. Be good for him to feel like find an egg, like one egg. I'm not sure if he's a contender if he can only find one egg. Rainy days, you'll find catfish in these waters. They're challenging. That's a random thought there. Clint, or Willie thinks. Not a big fan of eggs, huh? We do. Evelyn made eggs and leeks for breakfast, so I'm in a good mood. A little boring, but these festivities are a good chance to connect with our neighbors. I do. Yeah, it's not spiked. Roosters play an important role too. They protect the hens and prevent them from fighting with each other. Happier hens and better eggs. No, I do not. Okay. Morris. I didn't see Morris. Is Morris not here? He's been to the other festivals. I thought we... Oh yeah, we did talk to Gus. Okay. Jesse. I didn't see Jesse either. Alright, Jesse and Morris. Where would you be? Jesse often hangs out around where Linus is. Now the egg hunt is slightly different on even years versus odd years. I'm pretty sure Morris was here last year. Alright, let's make another scoop through and make sure I'm just not... Oh, there's Jesse. Alright. Found him. You know, it would be nice if kids could win the egg hunt for once. Abigail, she's been winning it every year since she was a child. Very competitive spirit, that lass. Alright, Morris, where are you at? Maybe he's not here. I don't see him. I mean, we're maxed out on friendship with him. It's not a big deal, but I do like to see what dialogue actions they throw into the mix. Yeah, I don't see him. I don't think he's here. He's at work, evidently. Alright, let's get a plan in place here. Wink, wink, wink. Sorry, doing a little adjustment there. Soulfire, I didn't see you slip in. Sip of water. Yes, definitely hydrate. I live in a desert, so hydration is very important. Okay, let's see. The southern route's usually pretty good to us. Here's what I'm thinking. We start going up here. There is one here. I don't know if I want to go that far out of my way. There's one over here. And then we could drop down. Get one there. One there. Oops. There's one there and one there. It's a little sparse over here. Actually, we could come down this side. Grab that one. There'd be one here. And then there. There. In the sewers. Should be one down here. Then there's three up here. 1, 2, 3. Come up and around. Or over. Either way, we're probably going to be about out of time at this point. So. Should be one like right here. Okay, I think that'll get us enough. All right, let's focus. Let's rock and roll. I'm ready. All right, we are off and running. Oh crap, you guys can't really see it. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right. Oh, I didn't move it in time. As I moved my camera so you guys could see the number, but we got 15. We more than one. How many you have to get to win? Let's look. Can't remember. It's not 15. You have 50 seconds. A 2-player, 6 eggs are required to win. 5 eggs with 3 players. The player must gather 9. 9 eggs or Abigail wins. And we got 15. So we did just fine. Yeah, I was just short of 16. We almost made it. I made a couple little bobbles, and I think we could have got to 16. But yeah, that's a lot of eggs. Jolene! Joja Jolene. I think it's just a ticket now, because we got the hat or whatever last year. All right. Playtime's over. Back to work. All right. Looks like they got everything harvested. So that's good. Just be careful here and hopefully not crash the game again. If you were with us last night, we did Monday 3 times. Because we got like all the way up to like 11 o'clock at night and crashed the game twice. It was pretty brutal. That was a rough night. Alright, we are the Carrot Kings of Stardew Valley. Or I guess on this character, a Carrot Queen. Alright, put those back in there. Carrot, 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 carrot. 327 iridium quality carrots for 22,000. 10,000. And let's put those in the right spot. 37,000 in carrots isn't too bad. Alright, let's check our fish. Time is fleeting. Madness takes its toll. But listen closely. Not for very much longer. Alright, we'll cook those. Sunfish. I've got to keep control. 5 sunfish. Purple chubs. Got 5 of those. It's interesting that... Don't take this the wrong way, but it's cool to see a movie like that still popular, because you're younger than I am. So, you know, that's definitely, the movie's been around for a while, but to see it still maintain popularity is kind of cool. I didn't get into it until later. In high school, I knew people that were into it, but I wasn't so much in high school. But later in life, I grew an appreciation for it. It's not for everybody, but I think it's an enjoyable watch. Alright, let's see. Recycle, recycle. That's all equipment. Keep that, keep that. Yeah, it was, for my generation, I think that's a movie that was very counterculture a little bit. I don't know. I grew up in the Midwest as well, so there's a whole different issue sometimes with that, but... Cook, cook, cook. Put those in to get cooked. The group that would like to watch that movie were also the ones that were the D&D people and stuff like that. Yeah, I've never gone to the theater and done the whole cosplay thing. I've watched it, but... yeah, it's fun. At least I think so. And Meatloaf is a beast. The lyrics that he put out for that movie were impressive. I like Meatloaf as well, though, so... Okay. 11:30. Not really enough time to go get more fishing in. Let's run over. Let's clean the quarry up here a little bit. What we're going to do is we're going to leave the expensive stuff and clear out the cheap stuff. Because the strategy here is going to be let this fill in. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That's alright. One mistake won't kill us. If we let this fill in with higher level things, when we reset our mining, we'll get more XP. Now, it might reset tomorrow. We'll see. So we're going to leave these high-end things to see what happens. But most likely in next week or tomorrow's stream, we'll kind of let that fill in. And then reset our mining at some point. Okay, so we have that one reset. Actually, we can't reset our mining. I think our mining's done. Never mind. We might as well just start mining it then. We're done with mining. Okay, never mind. We need to do some work on foraging, so we probably have to start doing stumps again. Fishing's our main priority, but we're making good progress on fishing. I'm happy with no more than we've done there. We hit level 100 in the mines. That's good. Combat we were able to reset. We should probably work on that at some point. All right, let's do a last inventory check. Let's make some sales before we hit the sack. Anything else we need to pull out of here? Those look good. How are we doing on... we can put those in the sales. Let's see, we need 12, 24, 30. We need 48 raisins. I think we're just going to have to buy raisins, honestly. We're just not making them fast enough. Buy raisins and maybe then convert our basement into a keg thing. That might be what we do. Alright, what did we get here? Alright, let's do a little storage. And a little sales. Beautiful. It's been a good week. I'm feeling really productive in this run. I don't know what it is. We get a lot done, I feel like. Oh, is that the crop fairy? Well, it's cool. I'm not going to harvest them. We're just going to let them sit there. Actually, the Jojamo, or the Jojamos will. So, it's going to mess this up a little bit. Actually, I love the crop fairy. I wish she wouldn't have came by. Or I wish she would have went down to the other farm part. Not the ancient fruit. That would have been better for us. So, Debbie, did you watch the remake that they did like on Fox? What did you think about that? You were Columbia and your sister was Magenta. Nice. All right, I want to hear your thoughts on the remake. Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Starting to look for a raid target. Wally just stopped streaming. I was hoping we were going to raid Wally. Whoops. But it looks like he just finished up. He had been going for like 8 hours, though, so. All right, Desert Festival tomorrow. So I'm going to say... Yeah, I don't care about your crow encounters, honestly. Right now. Yep, so we got a little plot right here that's going to be out of sync with the rest of the field. Doesn't make me happy. But it's not a big deal. We'll probably just leave it in there until the rest harvested out. No biggie. Alright, we have to replant. Oh, we got green beans coming in, it looks like. Green beans, carrots. Okay. Let's go check what's going on over here. Yeah, this completely respawned, or slightly respawned. There was a radioactive node up there. That's alright. We'll We'll leave it be. Out to the desert we go. Didn't know it was a thing. Yeah, so yeah, Laverne Cox played Frankenfurter. It's hard. Yeah, Tim Curry. And he did it in the stage production in the UK, I believe, as well, before they made the movie. We did not rave for 20, so we are due a chicken rave. Yeah, she was Frankenfurter. No, I think they did a good job. I think it was done on Fox. I'm not sure where you would find it to watch it. But it's always hard to compare, you know, the old versus the new. But I think it was well done. It's more, I don't know what's the right word, modern? It feels more like rock and roll-y. I don't know. But yeah, I enjoyed the remake as well. The remake's Time Warp segment is really well put together. Some of the dance moves they have in that are really cool. That I did like. Okay, let's see. What do you say? Let's fire the coffee up. Let's get a new system put in place here. Let's pull that out of there. So we have floor 1, floor 2, and outside. We're gonna keep that for ancient fruit. So let's throw this all into the shed. And let's just see how the shed does cranking through that. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Help wanted. Wild horseradish for Evelyn? Absolutely, Granny. How can we say no to you? Wild horseradish. There you go. Oh, it's Haley's birthday. We should get her a good thing. Oh, I think the coconut. Coconut for Haley. I want iridium coconut. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is one of those that anytime you're going to remake a classic, that's a tall order. I think they what's the right word? They paid homage to it and respected it. I think I liked it. I think they did a good job with it. Okay, let's see. So we need to make a loop through town. We need to go and get a shed upgrade going. So we're going to need that and that. So we'll go see Robin. We need to see Haley. We need to see Granny. We need a chicken rave. And then we need to fish. Anything else? We'll gather leeks along the way. First things first. Inside we go. Boom, 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 boom. Can't remember where I watched it because it was they didn't do it live, but it was some kind of weird premiere on Fox. And I can't remember if they had it on a... I know I didn't pay $10 to watch it, but... Yeah, they could do some interesting things with Short Circuit. That was a good movie. Johnny Five. Alright, let's get a little Emily music going here. All right, let's crank it up. One more time. Awesome, awesome, awesome. As always, we appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for being a part of everything that we are doing here. It is very much appreciated. 22 likes and counting. All right. Onward and upward. Let's get some work done. So, we do have a second shed built, but we need to go get an expansion done on it. One of the things that is odd, but I like about the game is once you place a building, the interior and exterior spaces don't necessarily coincide. They don't match. So we can expand the inside of this shed, but it takes no more space on the actual farm, right? Like they're the same size. So. Okay, let's get ourselves a color scheme here. Now we can't paint this one. It's still a small. But we can paint this one. There we go. That roof's way dark on the shed, but we'll keep it there for now. Alright, now we'll go ahead and upgrade this. Corner store, a pocket full of nickels and pennies. Come back with. Yeah, it's as time moves forward, the cost of things is definitely a weird nostalgia. I don't see a lot of leaks so far. We're still have 2 weeks to hunt for leaks, but man, we're striking out right now. All right, keep hitting rocks, but well, George, I'm trying for you, buddy. I really am. All right, let's see. Oh, there goes Haley. Happy birthday. Here's a coconut. It's the best birthday gift ever. You have had some sad birthdays. All right, Haley is done. You've had some sad birthdays if the coconut is the extent of your wild horseradish. All right, we're in our last heart of for Miss Evelyn, aka Granny. We have 2 tickets. Let's go ahead and go cash those in. Honestly, nothing of consequence here. Oh, the fairy dust can come in handy, like in an emergency. I'm thinking we did 1 day in the ocean, 1 day in the river. Let's go up to the lake. Mountain lake. And then here in a stream or two, we're going to have to work our way in to get the more golden walnuts, or just go buy them. Don't know. I kind of want to collect them. Although it would be very Joja just to go purchase them all and unlock the rest of Ginger Island. But we need to do that so we can get into the Pirate Bay to get Stingray. You can get Blue Discus, although I think we can get Blue Discus on the farm. It'd be nice to unlock the dig site. Alright, we're okay there. So that's something that we're going to have to work on here before too long, I think. And we got what we wanted on the island. Corporate-wise, Joja Corporation. Go Joja. We got access to the farm, which gave us more farming capacity and launched our coffee empire. So we got what we needed. 121, that's a good one. But to chase perfection now, we're going to have to do some other stuff out there. And it would be nice to officially get access to the Walnut Room, because then we could pick up those quests as well. So I think... Let's see. Today's Friday. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. But that means Sunday... I mean, we could just continue Joja. Just go all in on Joja, I guess. Could just keep playing this stream. Don't necessarily have to do something off or different on Saturdays. Might do that. Might just keep cranking out progress here. Because if we do that, then tomorrow would be, or the next stream on Joja is going to be fishing. Stream after that would be to go after the legend. At some point in there, we should work Ginger Island. So if by the end of into spring, we have to catch the legend and unlock most of Ginger Island, might be doable. We have to get back to combat. Maybe get to level 200 in Skull Cavern. I might put up a poll if we should we find all the golden walnuts? Oh, I didn't put my like poll up tonight. That seems to be working. I don't know if it just reminds people to press the like button, but we hit like 30 likes in the last couple of streams as opposed to 20. So. But anyway, I might do a poll on if we should we find all the golden walnuts, or should we just go to the parrot and buy them at this point? Because we have quite a few. Like probably 30 or 40, I would guess, that we have found. So it's not like we'd be buying them all. Oh, that's a Gunther. Nice. Let's see. Oh yeah, we found 66. So we're almost at half. House plants and bombs, yeah. The bird in Emily's heart event in the spouse bedroom should be a pelican rather than a parrot. That'd be pretty good. It just goes right through the window. Glass shatters everywhere. Yeah, we've got all the... Again, we found 66. And we haven't... I know we haven't found all the ones in the mussels. There's a few in the secret notes that we need to get. We haven't done any for the professor. Because we haven't even unlocked the dig site yet. There's still a lot of relatively easy ones that we could get. Well, I don't think we've gotten any of the fishing ones either. So I suppose we could spend a day out there fishing for both walnuts and XP. Because again, we're just trying to raise our fishing skill. So it doesn't matter where we fish to do it. I can't remember how many you get from fishing. It's like 3 or 5 from fishing. Oops, we lost our tackle there. Let's see. Yep, no tackle at all. Coconut jelly. Alright, armed with that and... is it in the dehydrator, I think? It's in the dehydrator. Yep, and the dried powder melon. Okay, those two things go to the raccoon. Pelicans eat priests, nice. Alright, actually, while we're in here, let's clean up our inventory a little bit. That goes to Gunther. Alright, what do we have? 1 largemouth bass. We'll keep the gold. Bullhead we're fine on. Chub we're fine on. Carp we're fine on. Carp, chub, largemouth bass. Alright, we can cook the rest of them. Alright, we do definitely have some crop cleanup to do. We'll make sure we get back in time to deal with that. Means we need to plant again as well. Otherwise we'll lose our fertilizer. We don't want to do that. Decorations. And seeds. Crush some geodes. Alright. Inventory's cleaned back up now. Alright, back to fishing. Let's fly our land near them. That's crazy. I never knew that they try to eat the other birds. They need to go to that shark school. Birds are friends, not food. Well, we didn't do very good on that one. Focus. Focus, Jolene. You can do it. Keep that fish in the bar. Gotta do it for the big XP. Wing. Dropping those largemouth bass. Oh, that was crappy timing. I literally got there and hit the button and it disappeared. Alright. I think we'll grind out here until... I'm not sure when. We also need to chase after some non-seasonal fish. Like, we didn't get the slime jack, the... Was it a void salmon or something like that? We still need the scorpion carp. But you can catch those in any season, so I'm not too worried about them. But I think when we hit level 10 fishing, we'll go after some of those fish. Just because we'll have a higher level before we reset. And that's where we have to be careful of. What we probably will do is we'll hit level 10. We'll go after the legend. We'll go after any other fish we want to get. We'll wait till the start of summer. And we'll get the... I can't remember which one is the summer fish. Is it Crimson? Is it Crimson or Miss Angler? I can't remember. But we'll go after that one as well. While we still have a high fishing level. Then we'll reset our fishing and use the rest of the summer to get it back up to level 10. So that when we hit fall, we can go after the next legendary. And if we get the legendaries right at the beginning of each season, then it gives us the rest of the season to get our skill back up for the legendary to come after that. I have to go after the ice pip as well. We have the lava eel. But we don't have the ice pip, which is a tough catch as well, so I think once we hit level 10, we're going to leave our fishing at level 10 until we clear out some of those hard catches. We'll do the summer legendary, then we'll reset. That seems reasonable. I think that's a plan. Iron ore. We haven't got... I don't think we've panned up a ring yet. Oh, that's rough. Well, hopefully it's working better for you now. Welcome back. Whoop. I gotta say, the sounds of the fishing game are all pretty happy. I'm not sure how well I do. Like I tend to, if I'm catching up, I just watch things at double speed. I watch a lot of YouTube at double speed though. I know some people that like it, some people that don't, but... But I watch a lot of content at double speed. That way I can just get through so much more. Do you have satellite internet? Does it block or cause you problems? Alright, I think we're gonna drop 2,000 XP today. Yeah, we should hit 2,000. That's a pretty good run. Yeah, that makes sense. BFE, another term I would have put to an older generation than you. I haven't heard that in a while. Alright, there's 2,000. 2,000 XP today, and again, we didn't start early. We ran a lot of errands this morning. Maybe we can get 22, 2250. I think 2,500 is too ambitious. But 2,200 should be doable. $26, huh? Maybe it's regional as well. That might just be a term that I don't hear in Arizona as much. And it's still used, I just don't hear it anymore. Yeah, it's all how you look at it. I look at my late 20s as actually, it was a really good time. Not that my others aren't, but it was a transitional point in my life, but... uh, 2305. So we passed 2250. Couple good catches here. We're gonna be close. We could get a good catch, perfection, and a treasure chest. That's worth over 100. That'd be a really good way to end this little run here. Oh crap, do we need to plant? I think we need to plant. Alright, we need to call this. We'll call it on this one. Yeah, I think we need to plant some stuff, so let's get home. Oh, do I have that mod still installed? Oh, I forgot I had that. I've got an instant build mod, evidently, still. Okay. Let's see. More carrot seeds. And we can plant quick. I'm not worried about it, but we do have to give ourselves the time to do it. Alright. Done and done. Okay, let's get a little bit of inventory management done here before we teleport home. First off, just general storage, except for fish. We'll be careful when we put fish away. Largemouth bass, I think we can get rid of that one. Chub, we're good on. Carp, we're good on. Bullheads. 5 of those, we'll call that good. Chub, we're good on. Yep, so the shed cranked through all the coffee we needed it to crank through. It did just fine. Go ahead and get these all cooking. Pull these out. All right. Get some sales going. Making money. 2 cursed mannequins. Oh, and male and female. And a lucky ring. That's doing great. The lucky ring on the cursed mannequin. Okay, let's see. We need to open that later. Not worried about that. We'll open that later. Seeds. Store those. Joja Cola in there. Keep a hold of that for now. Okay. Actually, we're in pretty good shape. 140. Robin's building stuff. Go inside. Store our Joja Cola. Alright, I think that was actually a pretty good day. Pretty good week, pretty good stream. Let's take a quick break here. We'll be right back and we'll see what we have in store for Monday. Be right back. Alright, welcome back. Just kind of digging through my search here, looking for a potential raid target. All my normal raid targets stopped streaming. I had 2, and then they both stopped. Let's see what's on the main page here. Okay. Well, that's kicking in. Let's take a look at what we accomplished, though. Skull Cavern 100. Got it done. Spring fish. We're working our way towards catching the legend. That's one we need to deal with. Monster Slayer. We actually did pretty good on Monster Slayer, I think. Actually, we didn't turn it in. We got the... What's the reward for... bats? We got the bat one. The vampire ring. We should grab that. So let's make sure we get that. Grab vampire ring from Gil. That'll be a tomorrow task. Alright, but we'll keep working our Monster Slayer stuff. We did pretty well. I think we started out right around 500 slimes. We knocked out the bats. Need to probably go knock out the skeletons. That'd be pretty quick. 4 more Dougies. That'd be pretty quick. 28 mummies and 54 serpents. So we did all right. I like the random chicken egg every week. That's kind of an interesting idea. Although, I mean, you're only looking at what? You've got the void chicken, the gold chicken, and you'd have to decide, do you get the gold chicken egg before you would normally get the golden chickens? Otherwise, you're just looking at white, brown, and void. Unless you had a mod that had all kinds of other chickens. That could be cool. I could get behind that. Alright, gifts for George we're working on. But so far, we've only knocked out 3 leaks. But we will continue to work on that. Building sheds. We're actually doing quite well there, I think. A very special challenge. I have a perfect solution for you. Oh, we got the fizz note. Okay, he's a fan of leaks. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. Alright, obviously the Desert Festival is probably going to be our major thing that we're going to do. So we got 1 done. You can see how much smaller this one is, and we've got Robin up there on our little scaffolding, I guess. I don't know if I've ever paid any attention to that. That's kind of cool. So once that expands out, we will put more kegs into there, and we'll keep expanding. We do have salmon berries we can do. Normally we just do those on Thursday. Alright, we have 24, 5,700 fishing XP left. That's going actually pretty well. We'll keep building sheds. At some point, we're going to build some fish ponds. Is rice just a spring crop? Rice. Taro tubers. Spring. How long is it? It's an 8-day crop. So we could... I thought about clearing out right along the river here and doing a set of rice, but I might not bother. We don't need it. I think we're going to have to buy some more carrots. Cranking through carrots. Alright, let's see. Buy more carrot seeds. There we go. Okay. Birthdays, we have Juliet. We've got Pam, and we've got Shane. Who do we need? Ooh, a red mushroom. That might not be. We probably have some iridium qualities of those. Red mushroom. He's pretty easy to please. Pam. Probably have cactus fruit. We do have a parsnip. Both of those would work. Our parsnip. And good old Shane. We don't need a ton with Shane, actually. We do have pepper poppers. He might just get iridium coffee. Because we only need 150 points with him. So I think he'll just get coffee. He'll appreciate it. I haven't bought a horse yet. We could get a horse. Let me add that to my list. Should we get a horse? I like the horse. With our Joja coffee and crab cakes, we have a +3. So we're actually moving pretty quick. So I haven't thought much about it, but oh, look at that. Berries I can't get to. Beautiful. But yeah, we should probably pick ourselves up a horse. Okay, let's see. What else do we have? What's going to be the main theme of tomorrow's? I think, obviously, the Desert Fest. Desert Fest and fishing? That's not too bad. Also have to decide if we're going to just... I think I might just play Joja tomorrow. I've been doing different things on Saturday, but I think we might just go to 7 days a week on Joja until we get this playthrough done. Hey, Debbie, thanks for swinging by. We appreciate it. Get some rest. Have a good night. Take care. All right, so fish ponds is on our list of eventuals to do. Island walnuts, we're probably just going to have to pick a day and go back and start doing the island. Again, everything is kind of... That fishing's our #1 priority. So, I think Desert Fest and fishing is going to be the theme for the next stream. By the end of the week, though, I think we can get our fishing up. Yeah. 2 or 3 days, I think. Maybe 4. 4 days of solid fishing with all of our other chores and stuff should be fine. Okay, that's all good. Let's go check our timing on Starfruit. Okay, that's up on Tuesday, so let's mark that down. Tuesday, harvest Starfruit. And then we need a plant as well. Actually, is it tomorrow? I think we've got 1 day left on ancient fruit as well. Yeah, so all of our ancient fruit and starfruit are going to come in Tuesday. When will this be done? This will be done tomorrow. Which means we'll have 2 sheds full of kegs. So it's like 200, 400. That'll be 1,600. We'll have like 2,600 kegs. So I think we're going to have to build out a coffee system inside. So let's do that. Coffee inside kegs. And we'll have to dedicate all of the existing kegs and the second shed kegs to Starfruit and Ancient Fruit. And then coffee's going to have to move somewhere else. Because we can put a much smaller keg section in for coffee. Because coffee runs like an hour or two. And it pops out. It's not like a 6-day, 7-day commitment. Alright, that's good. I think the theme will be Desert Fest and fishing. Those will be our two big things. We'll make sure we get that vampire ring from Gil right away. That'll help us in the Desert Fest mining runs. We'll do salmon berries on Thursday, fishing, get the kegs going, and a whole lot of winemaking. All right, YouTube, give me somebody. What do you got for me? I'm not seeing a whole lot of Stardew streams pop up. No, nothing live, nothing live. All right, let's check the topic. Refresh. What do we got? Give me somebody. If anybody who's watching knows of somebody who is a streamer that has a cool channel, feel free to throw it, the name of it. You can't put the link in, but throw the name of it in. And I'd be happy to take a look at that as well. All right, there's 4 potential targets here. Five potential targets. Okay, let's see who we got. All right, I looked at this one earlier. He's been sitting at a title screen. Is he just trying to get watch time here? Yeah, he's been sitting at a title screen for almost 3 hours. So that's not really very fun content. All right, close that one. What else do you got for me? Don't think this one's in English. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I just can't interact with somebody if I don't speak their language. Oh, maybe it is English. Just hard to understand. All right, we'll put that one on as a maybe. This one's the same thing. They've been at the same screen. I checked them out earlier. For over an hour. So they're not really playing. Close it. That one says he's playing Stardew, but it's not Stardew. It's like a platformer. All right. What else do you got for me? This guy at least has a camera on. Text in the chat is not in English, and he's not talking. Let's see if I can get to anywhere he's talking. Nope, not English either. That's the problem with trying to raid at night, because a lot of the people streaming are in other countries, which is awesome. I just can't understand or interact with them. All right, well, got Beacon of Nick streaming. He doesn't need our help, but let's see what he's playing. Grounded 2. Yeah, he's huge. 33,000 subscribers. He has 3,600 people watching right now, so doesn't need our help. Our tiny little community here. Oh, here's somebody that's at the Desert Festival. That'd be cool. Let's see. Nope. Well, I'm not finding a whole lot of opportunities here, unfortunately. We like to help people out, but not finding anybody to help. All right, we'll do one more refresh over here, see if we can find anything. And if not, we might just have to not raid, which is too bad. Try to give the tractor a carrot? I'll try. Do I have a carrot? Actually, we should have some in storage. Let's see. Alright, let's come over here. You can give your tractor a carrot. Okay, the question is it faster? Alright, we have to test this. That's too funny. Well, it's based off of the horse. It's what the mod is based off of. So it inherits a lot of its properties from the horse. Okay, we have to do a test though, because we need to get some baseline speed feel here and see if it actually makes a difference. So, okay. So no mods here. Try to get a feel for how fast the tractor's moving. Alright, and now let's give the tractor a carrot. I think it's faster. Speed +3. Let's see if that... Hold on. See if that message is different. Actually, we can just do it in here, I guess. Okay, that message is the same. 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Okay. Got a rough feel for how that felt. One, 2, 3. 2, 3. I don't think it's any faster. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think it's the same speed. It eats the carrot, but my gut says this is overriding the speed buff. Would be my guess. So technically, yeah, it works. You can feed your tractor a carrot, but it's not changing the speed because I think the speed buff... See, there it says +3 speed. That's overriding the carrot buff, if that makes sense. Now, I still think the tractor inherits these speed buffs, right? So if we crab cake and coffee up here. That'll give us another +3 speed. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, see, that's faster. So it will inherit these speed buffs, but it seems to be overriding the carrot speed buff. So there you go. Always fun to learn something. Yeah, so the Joja coffee is essentially a triple shot espresso plus Joja cola, so it's +2. So yeah, it's inheriting those speeds. So it eats the carrot, but the carrot doesn't work. Yeah, if you find somebody you know, let me know. I'm digging through right now, see if I can find somebody. If we can't, we can't. It's not a big deal, but it's really quiet. I usually have a lot more streams available, but I don't see anybody. But yeah, if anybody has somebody that they like as a streamer, doesn't even have to be Stardew. As long as they're pseudo family friendly. Doesn't have to be perfect, but oh, here, let's just try. What do we got here live? Boop, boop, boop. I guess some people just leave their streams running. Like, I'm seeing a whole bunch of them where they're just either sitting at a pause screen or a title screen for like hours. I guess they're just trying to farm watch time. That's weird. There's a 24-hour critter cam with raccoons on it. Don't think that's quite what we're looking for. There's 208 people watching it, though. That's hilarious. Amazing game, Grounded 2. Yeah, YouTube's not really recommending me a whole lot of anything. Not even my Stardew specific searches. Silent Nights? What are they streaming? I'll take a look here. Yeah, I saw this one. Oh, I see you typed in his chat. Did he respond? Let's see if we can raid him. Would you like a raid? How polite. Wally, how you doing, buddy? You streamed like 8 hours today? I was looking to raid you and then you quit streaming, so we're looking for somebody else to surprise. Did he respond on whether you're about to stream again? Jeez. Is that because you guys are doing that challenge? So how long until you go live? Because I'll hold here for a little bit if you're going to go live soon. Okay, thanks, Debbie. Okay, yeah, absolutely. We'll raid over to you if you get set up and running here. Does it help your challenge any if you get lots of watchers, or does it not matter? For sure, for sure. Are you going back into Pokemon? I should quit talking to you so you could get it set up. We'll obviously support one of our community members. Happy to help, my friend. All right, I think we'll raid Wally. Once he gets everything set up. All right, let's do our finalization then. So what we normally do at this point is we'll go ahead and make a scoop around the valley. Let's see, what is on our special order board? Yeah, we're not pulling that off. Cauliflower. 14 days to get cauliflower. What's... Cauliflower seeds. 12 days. Well, we'd have the capacity. Alright, we could probably give that one a run. So, once this carrot's all clear out here... That's 50, that's 100 per row, essentially. We'll plant this all into cauliflower, I think. Or at least 100 of it. What's cauliflower? Yeah, not too bad. Hey, Debbie, thank you so much for your help. We appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Okay. Yeah, we'll take a look. Thanks. Alright, let's put the tractor away. There we go. Alright, let's see. YouTube. I wish they made this interface easier. Like, it's a bunch of menus you have to jump through. At least I need to look and see if there's a better way to do it, but right now it's like a bunch of menus you have to jump through to get to the redirect stuff. I mean, a bunch, like 2 or 3. All right. Wally is live. This is where we're headed. It should auto forward you, but if it doesn't, that'll get you there. Let's see. So we need to add plant cauliflower or special orders. We can pull that off. 100 cauliflower is pretty simple. Like I said, each one of these rows is 51. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Call it 10. We have a 800 to 1,000 spots are going to be opened up here. So 100 cauliflower is pretty easy. So that'll be fine. And then tomorrow, big harvest. So I think Saturday, I think we're just going to keep going Joja. I don't really have any other topics right now for a one-off Saturday stream. If you are still watching at this point and or watching the VOD and there's something you want to see, let me know. That's what we tend to do with our Saturday streams. But I think we'll just keep cranking Joja here. I'm excited. Year 2 perfection, I think, is very doable. We're making great progress, and everything's kind of coming together on this farm. It'll be great to see what happens when we get these. We got 2,500 ancient fruit and right around 800 starfruit that's all going to hit tomorrow. I don't think we currently have the keg capacity to do it all, but I think by the end of spring, we'll be pretty close. We shall see. All right. Well, with that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and call it for tonight. Want to thank everybody for hanging out with us. We do appreciate your support, both me, the community, and the channel. Definitely means a lot that you guys spend your time with us here. So we'll try to keep gaming as a positive thing. Hopefully gaming's a positive influence in your life. It is in mine. So we're going to leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Speaking of community, that's why we're going to raid Wally. If Wally wouldn't have gone live, we would have probably tried to raid that other guy. But we do like to support our own, and Wally's one of ours. So he's playing Pokemon. There's some kind of a event going on that they're trying to do things. He's been playing multiplayer with some other people and some friends. So I watched him some last night as well. He's been putting some time in here for this event, so it's been kind of cool. So thank you so much for being part of our gaming community. Let's go over and see what Wally's doing. Have a wonderful rest of your night, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.